That should do it. There it is. All right. Hello, everyone. Let me tweet this out. Get started. Yeah, we did good with that. Welcome back. WMD's back. Caddy's back. Honolulu, Spinward, Vito. Appreciate you guys. I know, Zan, man. I was switching it up with the shirt. We're good. You know, not quite the cactus, but still pretty good. I can't wear the cactus shirt again. So, but what T minus about 22 minutes till second day starts. Should be pretty good. I'm looking forward to it. This is kind of the fun day. You still know everyone. Teams get multiple picks. We still got a lot of good players on the board. A lot of good defensive linemen. I think that's going to be fairly important to see if we start to have a run there. So. Yeah. But yeah, if you have any questions, I could take them. Woodrow's back. He's ready. He's ready for day 2. You ready? All right. He's ready for day 2. So, do a little pre-draft. Hey, Caddy, could happen. First pick of second round. Buccaneers trading up, taking a kicker. That'd be awesome. Thanks, bud. Good. Yeah, you want to get on camera? There you go. Say hello to everyone. Yep, and he's already tired. So we'll see if Aguayo goes today. I think it's a possibility he goes around 3, but I had him outside my top 100. I think ultimately he was like right on that fringe. I decided against it. I think I put Alex Lewis, the tackle from Nebraska, there instead. Hey, Steve, we'll see where these running backs go. I mean, that's big for fantasy and dynasty too. Honestly, where Derrick Henry goes, Kenneth Dixon, Devontae Booker, I think where all those players kind of land is going to be pretty crucial. And I think they could jump the receivers in the right situation. If Miami drafts one, I think that's a really good landing spot. Who knows? There could be a couple surprise landing spots that are decent. Baltimore and places like that. Washington, I think, would be intriguing. So I think there's a couple different spots, and we usually have a surprise team take a running back that we don't necessarily expect either. But welcome back for day 2. We are going to keep this going all night long. I'll be here. Tomorrow I'll have the chat room open. Be just kind of hanging out. If you liked yesterday's show, hop on in. You can tweet out the link. I always appreciate the people that did that yesterday. Was awesome. Make sure you tag me. Give you a little shout out on the stream. Yeah, Indianapolis. That's a good call, Steve. I mean, Frank Gore really let them down last year. I think they could take a running back sooner rather than later. I mean, if they took Dixon or Booker, it'd be pretty good. WMD, what's up with Oakman? Sean Oakman, the defensive lineman from Baylor, just not very good. He didn't have a very good year last year, and honestly, he's extremely stiff as an athlete. He plays very upright. He had that great year 2 years ago, but that's about it. I don't know if Oakman's going to get drafted. I don't know if he's good enough for that. Is Jonathan Bullard as good as Dane Brugler says he is? I think Bullard is very good. He had a really good season. You see the athletic ability of him combined with the size. I don't think he's put it all together yet, but I think he's a good player. I think this is about where he should go. I don't think he was a first rounder by any means, or a top 32 pick, but when you have a player at his kind of size and athleticism level, it's not something you can teach very well. And there's very few of those guys left. I mean, you look at the defensive linemen that kind of fell: A'Shawn Robinson, Jaron Reed, Andrew Billings, guys that don't rush the passer, right? It's the guys that don't provide much of that pass rush. So that's the issue. Thanks, Sam, for tweeting it out. I appreciate it. But I think we could see Bullard in these top 10 picks in this round 2. Hopefully we see Miles Jack go pretty soon. I'm also interested in the safety position, how that's going to kind of flesh out. I think we had a couple more guys go yesterday than a lot of people anticipated. So where does Von Bell go from Ohio State? Where does TJ Green from Clemson go? And I think there's a big drop-off after those two. So I think that could be a little bit of a battle. Darian Thompson from Boise might be the third one that I'd put in that tier. Corner, we saw Artie Burns go last night. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cornerbacks, if you include Jalen Ramsey in that. And we still have Mackenzie Alexander sitting there, right? And I think there's another fair group that could go. You know, a guy like Sean Davis out of Maryland who can play either safety or cornerback. So fairly intriguing. Surprise round 2 picks, Caddy asks. There's always some surprise round 2 picks. I think we could see a guy like Alex Lewis, offensive tackle out of Nebraska, go here in round 2. I don't think he's someone that a lot of people have talked about. Who else? Maybe. I don't think that'd be too much of a surprise. I was thinking Javon Hargrave from South Carolina State. I don't think that'd be too much of a surprise at this point. He's kind of moved up a little bit, and I think he'll get taken today at some point. Ultimately, I think we're going to see some QBs go. Maybe another offensive lineman, Connor McGovern from Missouri. I don't think it's gotten a lot of publicity that we could see him get drafted. Wide receivers, I feel like you could see like Sharon Peak from Clemson or Malcolm Mitchell from Georgia. Someone go before a lot of the guys that I think we all have ranked higher. So I think we could see that too. Maybe even someone like Kenyon Drake from Bama or Keith Marshall from Georgia. Maybe we have a surprise running back go too. KJ Dillon, that's not a bad choice. Maybe Henry at the 2-1. I don't know if Cleveland would take him. I think if you're Cleveland right now, you're looking at QB. They've had 3 meetings with Connor Cook, or potentially they could be looking at taking a Miles Jack, someone like that. Which Arkansas running back is better? Biplab asks. I think they're both pretty good. I like Alex Collins a little bit more. He may not be quite as dynamic as Jonathan Williams is, but I think he's a lot more consistent in what he does. Can block, something that Jonathan Williams can't do. Collins just doesn't have that speed. So I think he could be one of those players that has a lot more success than maybe his combine numbers are. And I think Collins could be a steal in the right system. You put him on the Patriots, I think they can utilize him in a good way. Yeah, it's going to be the Miles Jack watch here. So we'll see where he goes. All right. Red beans and rice.
Yeah,
It's a big dinner. Woodrow wants some.
there's more. I just gave you a little bit. So.
Oh, thank you. And this is just a little bit. It's a lot. It's good. It's good stuff. That's the dinner tonight. I got to get my peanut butter motorways later. Video will be looking. How did Zeke get taken so high after his disastrous outfit? I thought the outfit was great, and I'm a little bit surprised that Dallas took a running back over defensive back and Jalen Ramsey, but hey. It was a huge need for Dallas, and as Tony Romo gets older, or if they get a young quarterback, then they're going to want to move to that run game. I think we saw that with DeMarco Murray a couple of years ago, that they had a strong run game, pass when they needed to. I think it's going to be very difficult to stop an offense with Ezekiel Elliott and Dez Bryant, and you can't get much better than that. So, I'm pretty happy with that if I'm a Dallas fan. I know it's a high pick for a running back, but if Elliott lives up to expectations, then I think you can really say that's a good pick. I think there'll be players that'll be better than him. He's not going to be the best player in this first round, but it could be pretty solid, all things considered. And if you've built up your team kind of around this run game, then I think it's going to work. So my favorite picks from last night. Let me pull up the list here. Hey Jack, welcome back. No worries, man. Appreciate you guys being here. We'll keep it rocking and rolling. Let me pull up round one here. Some of my favorite picks from last night. I love the Chargers going with Joey Bosa. I'm interested to see how they will kind of fit him in to their defense, but I think he was the best player in this draft. Getting that at number 3, I think, is huge. Other picks I liked, I'd say I like the Shaq Lawson pick for the Bills. I think from a pass rushing perspective, getting someone like that at 19 that's had as much success as him is really, really good. So I like that pick. I like the Redskins and Vikings, Doxson, Treadwell, and the Bengals with William Jackson. I think kind of those 3 picks were knocked out of the park. I think you have 3 players that could be difference makers from day one. And that's tough to get. I like Denver moving up for Paxton Lynch, even though I don't love him. They needed a quarterback, and I think you had to make that move up. And I really like the Vernon Butler pick for Carolina. I think that's one that's going to help them out a lot. I know it's... I know that ultimately having a defensive tackle not a huge need, but if that was the best player on the board, you can let Kawann Short go next year and you'll be fine. Yeah, hey, look, I didn't do the Snapple last night, but we're doing it tonight. No Mountain Dew. Might bust out a little black cherry cream soda later. Yankee fan, welcome back, man. Glad you're able to join us for day 2. Titan Hope is back, so appreciate everyone coming out. 10 minutes and counting. If you've liked the stream, help me get it out there. Boop, boop, boop. All right. Let's get that out there. Hey, Steve, I am very transparent in what I discuss. You'll know if you're in leagues with me, that's fine. You're going to know what I think. But maybe in our rookie draft, maybe I'll throw you a little curveball in who I take. I do like to differentiate. Yankee fan is Jets fan. I love to hear your input on Lee trying to trade up for Tunsil. Who you like between the remaining quarterbacks? For me, I like the Lee pick. It's not very sexy, but if you're a Jets fan, I think continuing to build that defense is a priority still. And Darren Lee, I think, can play kind of a Ryan Shazier role in the middle of a 3-4. I think he can play weak side in 4-3 looks. You have a player that can drop back in coverage and make plays, can rush off the edge. You don't know what he's going to do. If he's used in the right way, Darren Lee could be a dangerous weapon. But you have to keep the offense guessing. Trying to trade up for Tunsil, I think there probably were a lot of teams that were interested in that. So I think that's a pretty good move. You might as well try, and I think offensive tackle was a need for the Jets. In terms of the quarterbacks left of who I like, I don't love anyone left. I think Christian Hackenberg is the one with the most star potential. I have him as my fourth quarterback. Connor Cook at 5, Cardell Jones at 6, just for the upside factor. Dak Prescott at 7, and Jacoby Brissett at 8, and Kevin Hogan at 9. And I think that's kind of it. I think the rest of the guys that could go, we're talking Brandon Allen from Arkansas, Cody Kessler from USC, maybe Joel Stave from Wisconsin, Jake Reddick from Michigan. I think you're looking at backups. But I think kind of those top 9 are what teams might see some potential in. Hey, this year, Ohio State kind of won that battle with Alabama, but I think we're going to see a lot of Crimson Tide go in this draft today in the second, third rounds. I think I'm going to see a ton. Kiwi Jag, why is Billings still there? I love him. I really like him too. I have Billings in my top 10 for this draft. I think he'll go soon. Probably the issue just is pass rush ability, right? He's a nose tackle, and those guys just getting less and less important. I think there are a lot of teams that need help stopping the run, and Andrew Billings can be great at that, and take up 2 blocks, and sometimes that's necessary, but teams are moving away from using that nose. So I think he's going to go soon, but he might fall even a little bit further, and some of those better teams may have a shot. The day, welcome. I got the peanut butter meltaways ready for later today. We'll be making it happen. Thanks, Yankee fan. I had my own site for a while, but ultimately, I ended up getting hired by About.com. So I've been writing there, collegefootball.about.com. You can check out my work and analysis for me and the team over on that site. How far do I think Ragland will drop? Reggie Ragland, linebacker from Alabama. Another guy I think will go pretty soon when you look at the linebackers. But you know what? There are a lot of linebackers still on the board. You can actually get someone, if you want someone a little more undersized. I think those guys are out there. Kyle Fackrell from Utah State, Kamali Correa from Boise State. So we'll see. I don't think he falls too much further. Ultimately, especially when you look at inside linebackers, I don't think there's a better player on the board that's not named Miles Jack. So I think they all go pretty soon. But we could have a surprise. You could see Kentrell Brothers from Missouri go above them. Who knows? Yeah. Look, there's a lot of when you talk Alabama's defense. Nick talks about how Foster, the other Alabama linebacker, was better. There's a lot of good defensive players. You don't always have to be the best to be pretty good. And I think Ragland's kind of a one-trick pony, but he's still out there. Cody Whitehair, the offensive guard from Kansas State, I think will go pretty soon today as well. So I'm definitely intrigued by day 2 and day 3. And there's always a couple surprises, a couple guys that are on kind of the back edge that you're not expecting to go that get drafted. I think the Packers draft some linebacker in round 2. They need something, whether it's outside linebacker or you can kind of move Clay Matthews back in. But they drafted Kenny Clark. You draft kind of a pass rushing nose tackle. yeah, they need something in that linebacking core for Green Bay. I think it's really, really bad right now. So even if it's another pass rusher, and then you can kind of shift guys around, that works for me. I'm excited to see where these receivers go. I think there's going to be a ton of receivers drafted today. A lot of good names: Michael Thomas, Leonte Carew, Braxton Miller, I think, will get drafted today, the former Ohio State QB, moving to wide receiver this past year. So Sterling Shepard, absolutely. And I think we could have a couple of surprises. Chris Moore from Cincinnati, and maybe Malcolm Mitchell from Georgia. Yeah, Joe Schobert from Wisconsin is a very good player, very solid 3-4 linebacker, I think. So I don't think the Packers need a receiver too badly, at least not this early. Maybe someone late. I mean, it'd be interesting if Cleveland drafted Michael Thomas and paired him with Corey Coleman. They definitely need multiple receivers with Josh Gordon not getting reinstated yet and not looking like it's going to happen anytime soon. You know, I think Sterling Shepard and Michael Thomas are just very different receivers. After you draft Corey Coleman, you probably want someone with a little bit bigger, more possession. It's good. Yeah, still hot. Thank you. There we go. Donut napkin. Beautiful. Very fancy. Look, what's wrong with my spoon holding technique? I think it's fine. I think it's good. No? Ugh. I'm getting criticized over here. Viday, don't worry. You'll never be happy as a Chiefs fan. It's okay. Can you tweet that one more time? Thanks everyone for coming out for day 2. Always appreciated. I'm excited to do this again. I'm gonna get pumped here. Let's see. I want to pull up draft stream, and I always wonder with the medical stuff, what's gonna be happening when you take a look at. When you take a look at Miles Jack and Jalen Smith, linebackers with those knee injuries, it can be rough. Draft hobbyist Connor Cook's my number 2 quarterback. Where do you have him? He's my number 5 quarterback. I think he'll probably be the next one drafted, though, and I think we'll see it pretty early tonight. He is in the green room, but I think Cleveland, I think Dallas, maybe the Jets, San Francisco, all could be interested. Hey, Jaguars still could get Miles Jack. Could happen here. Plus, drafted Jalen Ramsey. Reggie Ragland. A'Shawn Robinson wins the beard game. Pretty good. If you have questions throughout, put them in. We'll keep on chatting. I have Aguayo going around 4. Honolulu first kicker off the board, but I wouldn't be surprised if he goes in the top 100 in round 3. Personally, I think. Hey SBM, I used to watch Sky Sports for, I think it was Sunday Night Football. Used to get the little English stream going from the UK. That was a fun time. It was interesting to see how they kind of watch American football across the pond there. Are you trying to eat my dinner? Yeah, you don't get any. No. See, Cat wants to get drafted. I'm not surprised Cody Whitehair is on the board. I'm not. I had him going around 2, but I think he's another one that goes pretty soon. I mean, now with Joshua Garnett gone, I think Whitehair's clearly, and Ryan Kelly, Whitehair's clearly the best interior offensive lineman left. And Jemima in the house. Yeah. In the chat room. Shepard to the Giants. I think the Giants need a wide receiver sooner rather than later. I think round 2, round 3. Maybe Leonte Carew. Maybe they stay at home. Take the Rutgers kid. That'll be pretty good. Where does Aguayo go in fantasy drafts? 1-2 or 1-3? I think you got to take the kicker 1-1. Let's be real. All right. Hey, I'll take all the league mates in here. You know, I invited everyone in every fantasy league that I'm in. And Lance, I'm glad you finally got to hop in. Hopefully you're of the right mindset tonight, and we'll be having some fun. No more Roger Goodell, right? Are we done with Goodell getting booed? Does any tight end get drafted today outside of Hunter Henry? A draft hobbyist asks. Yes, I think so. I think we could see Austin Hooper from Stanford get taken. I think we could see Jarrell Adams, maybe Nick Vannett. I think there'll be a couple tight ends today. Where's Dixon gonna land? Aunt Jemima asks. I think Dixon could go, Carolina, maybe late here in the second round. I think Dixon's going to go in the second round. Him and Devontae Booker probably are next up with Derrick Henry. I think we see those guys go pretty rapidly. So Miami, potentially. Oh yeah, this is the legend announces a pick day. Hoping Henry goes to Atlanta or the Giants, Lance says. I think Henry to the Falcons would be real nice. Giants depends how much they like Will Tye. I'm not really sure. You want to go to the draft? Trying. Yeah. These Packers are cheeseheads, so you gotta grate them. Yeah, so you have to grate them. You kill them. Yeah, I think Dale's getting a bit long in the tooth here. His comments on Laramie Tunsil was pretty bad. What's up, Mildew? Draft Hobby says Minnesota draft really well every year. I think they do. I mean, I think Rick Spielman does a really good job. That's why he's kept his job so long. Now they have a really good coach in Mike Zimmer. I think they've had their mistakes. Bipla points out Christian Ponder, but for the most part, I think they do well. They moved up well. Cordero Patterson, other one that didn't work out. I could probably get a media pass, but you know what? I like sharing this with you guys. That's what I like on draft day. So So I appreciate everyone that's come back that was here yesterday and new people. Hope you enjoy it. Shane P. Hallam, drafttv.com, collegefootball.about.com. Right for about.com. You can check all of my work out there. If you like what you see, please tweet out the link to people and spread the word. The more the merrier. I think we hit like 94 yesterday at our peak, which is pretty good. So today we're already at 39. Pretty solid. How hard is it to get a media pass? It depends on the event. Combine can be difficult. The Senior Bowl can be difficult at times. But if you have kind of a place that you write for a publication, then they'll usually do it, especially if it's well known. So, Shane, would I want my team to gamble on Miles Jack? And Jemima asks, yeah, absolutely. Even if his career is shortened, like let's say he needs that microfracture surgery, he's out for the year, and then you're going to get 4 years out of him. I think it's worth a second-day pick with how good he is. Honestly, do you expect to have a player for more than that, especially if they're not good? I don't know. I don't think so. You want to be on camera, Dimitri? There you go. All right. So Cleveland's on the clock, getting ready to go. I'm predicting they take they pull the trigger on Connor Cook and take the QB here and sit him behind Robert Griffin. Don't your team take a chance on Jalen Smith? I would. I have Jalen Smith as my top linebacker in this class. Actually, even above Miles Jack. Before the injury, and not knowing the extent of that at the time. I think Jalen Smith, I feel like I don't know quite as much about the problems, but if it is like Jay Ajayi's was last year, you have the bone on bone, then I'll take that chance in the 3rd or 4th round. Noah Spence is very talented. He'll go probably fairly early today, but when you get kicked out of Ohio State for drugs, then that's what happens. Teams are going to look into that, and if there's any red flags, that continue, then that's going to be a problem. Welcome, DCM Neil, everyone. I appreciate you guys being here and spending your draft day with me. Looking at my mug. Still eating my red beans and rice. It's good stuff. Browns do need a quarterback. Maybe they didn't like Carson Wentz. So they're going to pick a 32. They're not going to trade out of the spot. You always wonder now with the new format, if that first pick of the 2nd round, you have almost 20 hours to trade it, but they're sticking here. I always wonder if these teams sleep the night before. I would imagine you're prepared, especially for Saturday. By the time this ends, Saturday starts in 12 hours. So yeah, I'm not sure Cleveland will. I think they'll take another receiver at some point in the draft, but probably not here. Yeah, I'm going to predict Cook. I think an inside linebacker would be a nice pick for them. Really, they could go any direction. If you're Cleveland, you have so many picks. Just get the best guys at this point. You have a lot of picks next year now. You have an extra 1st. An extra 2nd as well. So I think the 5th-year option is good for a team to have. I think it's why teams aren't going to take that injury risk as much, though, in the 1st round, because you have that 5th-year option. So I think teams are kind of happy to have it. You do have to make that decision fairly early, though. It wouldn't surprise me if Cleveland just bypasses QB and waits till next year. Maybe you can use those picks and package up for Deshaun Watson from Clemson. Mildew, thoughts on Sterling Shepard? I like Sterling Shepard. I think he needs the right situation. I definitely think he has to improve in that route running and not improve in the route running. I think he's good in the route running, and I think he has to improve on his physicality. Getting separation. He runs good routes. He's very sharp. He has those turns, and that's what really worked for him in Oklahoma. But when he kind of has a guy up in his grill, I think he has problems catching the football. So that's kind of my thoughts on Shepard. Is I think you need the right situation to get him in space and let him create for you. So I think it's going to be a little creativity, but you're not going to find a better technician than him in this draft. And I think that's worth a lot when you talk about that technique. There's not a lot of learning he has to do. I think it's going to be very scheme dependent on how a team uses him. If you want to put him out and use him like Alshon Jeffrey, you're going to be severely disappointed. But if you use him like Antonio Brown, then I think you can get something out of him. WD, what's the point in taking QB after round 1 and 2? Seems like a wasted pick. Look, those backup quarterbacks can be important. I think teams want to take that shot and develop it. Like, why not take a late round quarterback every year? If you develop one out of every 7 years, then you can either trade him for picks if you already have a guy. That's what Green Bay used to do. Matt Hasselbeck developed trade away. No, you still get Roger Goodell. So he's the commissioner. They don't like him. All right. Cleveland 32. Emmanuel Ogbah, defensive end from Oklahoma State, pass rusher, a player I absolutely love. I think this is a great pick. I thought he's a player that should have went in the first round, and I had him rated very highly. I think he's going to be one of the best pass rushers in this draft. I actually had him 8th overall on my big board. Just such an athletic specimen when you look at that first step that he takes right after the snap. So fast around the edge, and he's absolutely insane. If you watch what he does against guys that are bigger than him, that are stronger than him, he can get to that edge and get around the corner very, very quickly and make things happen. So, to me, I think that's worth a lot. It's not something you can teach. I think he's kind of a one-trick pony, in that he's going to rush from the outside. He's not going to use his strength. He doesn't have this great, strong base. But he reminds me a lot of Vic Beasley from last year. I think he's a very similar player, and we saw how high and how well Vic Beasley did. So I think Ogbah's that good. I don't know why he fell to the second round. I would have taken him in the first round. So I don't know if there's something else there. There were games where he disappeared, where if they had that athletic left tackle or right tackle against him, that they stopped him. So I think that's a question mark at the NFL level. Is he going to be able to do that every single game? How does Noah Spence compare with Ogbah? See, Ogbah is a better athlete. I think Noah Spence is a little bit more well-rounded, a little stronger, a little better against the run. But when you talk about a pass rusher, Emmanuel Ogbah is much better. So I think that's a great pick. Like I said, I had him in my top 10 in this entire draft. And to get him at 32, Cleveland might be finally doing something right. I've said that before about them and been wrong. But trading down, getting picks, getting you want to talk about, and I feel like the metric thing with them is a bit overrated, but look who they've gotten so far. Corey Coleman, Emmanuel Ogbah, two guys that are metric absolute beasts. Mildew, they're absolutely concerned with Ogbah's motor and his consistency. That's the big question mark. He was inconsistent, as most pass rushers are, but there were games where he got beat. Didn't look like he was giving it that 100% every play. So that's always a bad thing. Yeah, I mean that's the other thing with Ogbah too, is he has pass rush moves. You know, he has a spin move. He has a swim. He can dip and get past the guy. Not something that a lot of these pass rushers have. Yeah, Cleveland's draft was loved last year. That didn't work out too well. But we'll see what happens. Tennessee back on the clock. They got their offensive tackle and Jack Conklin. I mean, this is a team that I think they could really use secondary help right here. So maybe we see Mackenzie Alexander, TJ Green. Defensive line, that would make a lot of sense too. That is a big difference in Peg of Tennessee and Cleveland, right? Tennessee has their future franchise quarterback in place. Cleveland doesn't. But that's why I think Cleveland's on kind of this long-term plan, right? They're working towards the next year, too. So, draft hobbies, what do you think of Correa from Boise State, the linebacker? I think he's another very good pass rusher, kind of a weak side backer, maybe in that 3-4. You can move him around a little bit. I really love to see him go as a 4-3 will. I think that's where he can really do his damage. So I'm a fan. I think he's going to go pretty soon as well. I guess they're just going to boo Roger Goodell every single pick.
Why did they send him out?
He's the commissioner, I guess. He's got to make the pick. Tomorrow, the assistant commissioner does it. So Tennessee takes Kevin Dodd, defensive lineman / linebacker out of Clemson, a player that I think was high on a lot of boards, and Dallas liked him, Miami liked him, and this is someone that's very different from Shaq Lawson. You know, where Lawson I think won with that athleticism, Dodd really wins with that tenacity, and he's such a good hard worker on the field. When you talk about consistency and motor, it doesn't get much better than him. He's going to keep fighting. He is going to go after running backs when they're anywhere close to him. And I think he really fits Tennessee up front. You could play him in a number of different places. He could stand up, be a pass rusher. You could put him on the ground and let him kind of do his thing. So I'm kind of intrigued of how they're going to use him. But he was probably pretty close to being a first-round pick before all was said and done. I think you had a lot of teams at the top of the second that would have taken him. Maybe even Dallas at 34 was looking to potentially take Kevin Dodd. So another very solid pick for a big-time producer. Got in the backfield consistently against running backs. Lots of tackles for loss. So I really like that selection for Tennessee. Another good one. Well, I mean, look, we could talk about Miles Jack every pick. I think every team could take a shot at him. It depends on that medical. If you're Dallas, I think you have that secondary need that still needs to be addressed. I think they have a wide receiver need and a pass rushing need. So they made their pick quick. Let's see who it is. Wow, so Jalen Smith goes above Miles Jack, a linebacker out of Notre Dame, tore up his knee early this season, and some talk that Jalen Smith potentially could have some long-term damage in his knee. So I thought that he could go much later in the draft to get picked to 34 is awesome. And he's a great player. Like I said, he was my top linebacker before the injury, and I wonder if he really expected to kind of go here. So Smith is such a good mental player. You know, he reads the offense so well, accelerates to the hole, really good sideline to sideline movement. That's what I really like about him, is just how well he can move sideline to sideline. So when you have a running back that goes a little more east-west rather than north-south, Jalen Smith is going to make that play. Pretty solid in coverage. I've seen him drop back against tight ends. I've seen him drop back against slot receivers and do pretty well. So if I'm Dallas, if you feel good about the medical, this is an absolute steal of a pick. Maybe he won't be ready for the start of the season and have to take a little bit of time, but it's absolutely a great talent selection. And I think if you're the Cowboys, if he's healthy, he's going to be a difference maker. Play him an inside linebacker in that 3-4, and we'll see. Yeah, there's potentially some nerve damage in that knee. Was the big concern, and why there's thoughts that he may fall. San Diego at 35. We saw them take Joey Bosa. Maybe they work on the offensive line this time around. We'll see. Hey, Dallas, they'll be risky with those round 2 picks, but as long as a couple work out, they're pretty set. Remember not to tip picks in the chat room. Now wait till I announce them before you tip that. If you do find out, trades, or especially compensation for trades, that's something I'm always interested in. But don't tip the picks beforehand, just because some people don't want to be spoiled. I know it's going to come a time here in the 3rd round, especially when the TV gets behind. When it's coming out on social media, but hasn't actually happened yet. I think it's a good pick for 34. I mean, I know we've been kind of told like Jalen Smith's knee is this bad, whatever. To take a player like that at 34, you have to be comfortable with that medical. And obviously Dallas is more comfortable with his medical than Miles Jack's at this point. It could be a full redshirt year. It's so late in the season. We'll see. So Jacksonville traded up with the Ravens. So they moved up a little bit here to pick 36. Wow. That's interesting. Where were they? So they moved up 2 picks. They jumped the Chiefs ultimately. So I'll be interested to see who they take at 36. They think the Chiefs may have targeted. I think Alabama players are all hurting each other, coming from a good team. Maybe a little bit. I think just the kind of the system and the type of players that they bring play so well within that system. Sometimes you don't really get to see the extent of their skill set. Can A'Shawn Robinson rush the passer? Not really. Can Jarran Reed? Not really. So they're going to fall. So the Chargers here at 35. They select Hunter Henry, tight end from Arkansas. Pretty high for Henry. I'm excited to see that. I figured he would go in round 2 at some point. And if you're San Diego, you lost Ladarius Green. Antonio Gates maybe has 1 year left. But you get the best tight end of the draft in Arkansas's Hunter Henry, and I really didn't feel like Arkansas utilized him to his full capacity this season. You know, Henry is very sure-handed, pretty good in the red zone, and they kind of got away from him a little bit. So Hunter Henry gets to kind of be a two-way player. I think he can block pretty solidly, but he's a good pass catcher, and that's an intriguing spot for the future where you can kind of develop him for a year and then see what's going to happen. I think that was kind of the plan with Ladarius Green for them, and Antonio Gates just kept on going. So now you have Hunter Henry. You take that weapon, and it's an interesting pick for San Diego, but probably just with how this tight end class is, I think Henry is much better than everyone else. So Biplab, what does Henry rate compared to Ebron? I was not a fan of Eric Ebron. I think he started to see some potential last year. So I think Henry's a step down from the athletic standpoint of Ebron. So we'll see. Yeah, Gates got a 2-year deal to come back with San Diego, so he'll still be there for another year or two. So the Ravens got a 5th to trade down 2 picks. So Jacksonville had to jump Kansas City and move in with Baltimore. Jaguars on the clock at 36. Thanks everyone for coming out. We're at 48 people for day 2. Pretty good. Hey, craziness always starts. Amanda made some red beans and rice. It's good stuff. There's my dinner, Rob. So answering my view on the first 4 receivers, really don't like Will Fuller. To Houston, I'd probably put him in the 4 slot. You know, Corey Coleman to Cleveland is intriguing to me. I really want to see how they're going to utilize him. But until Cleveland gets a system and a quarterback and consistency, I'm going to go with Treadwell and Doxson, kind of 1A, 1B for those receivers. I think both of them could have a huge impact. Treadwell is perfect for that system, a great compliment to Stephon Diggs. I think Josh Doxson in Washington could be the number 1 sooner rather than later. So, but I'm intrigued with where some receivers are going to go today. I mean, if the Giants draft a guy, where do you place him? I think I'd place him above Will Fuller. And I mean, what if Kansas City takes someone here? So we'll see. Cincinnati, I think they're going to take a receiver pretty soon. Where would you put him? So yeah, I mean, it depends how much faith you're going to have in Bridgewater and how well Treadwell is going to do. Will they start moving towards more passing in that scheme? I don't know. So I think that is a worry, and I think that's a decision I'll have to make too between Doxson and Treadwell. You know, which way do you go? So here we go. Jacksonville, 5th rounder to move up. Fred Taylor's son might get drafted. Oh, wow. Jacksonville gets Miles Jack, inside linebacker from UCLA. Player that everyone thought would be a top 10 pick, falling to that 2nd round. And I think a lot of people had Jack picked for them in the 1st round. So now, if you're Jacksonville, you are building this defense very firmly, right? You got Jalen Ramsey last night, probably the best defensive back in the draft. And now you probably got the most talented linebacker in the draft in Miles Jack. It's another player that tore up his knee, might need microfracture surgery. We saw Dr. Andrews come out today and say he doesn't think that he'll need that. So I think it's well worth the risk to take this type of player who he played linebacker, he played running back for UCLA. He played two ways, which is so rare in college football at times. Defensive freshman of the year, just absolutely a dominating player. I think you play him at a Mike position. I think inside is the best case. I know he has said that he's had teams look at him at Sam, at Will, at Mike, at safety, at everything. So I think for Jacksonville, you can really utilize Miles Jack in a good way. Now that you have a pretty good secondary, now that you have a decent defensive line, if they can find a little bit of pass rush, then I think this defense maybe can match the offense. They're going to have Dante Fowler come back. Let's not forget their first-round pick from last year didn't even play. So you're basically getting 3 first-round talents this year for the first time. If you're the Jacksonville Jaguars, all on defense, and your offense was so explosive last season, Jacksonville's looking up. And if the defense plays up to expectations, they could really challenge. So I love taking this chance at this point in the draft. I don't know the medical. I'm not going to pretend to, but if you're comfortable with taking him here, then it can't be too bad, all things considered. So awesome pick. So I guess Jacksonville, you give up a 5th and to move up and take Miles Jack and hop over Kansas City and Baltimore here. You're right, Cricket. They definitely have some injury-prone players in that defense for Jacksonville, but I think it's sometimes you got to take that risk. Yeah, Chiefs on the clock, 37. They could take Reggie Ragland. They could take a corner. They could take a receiver. I think we still see, someone asked before about these skill position players. We still see a lot of them go. I think we will. I think we're still going to see a lot of receivers, running backs go today, even with the defensive linemen falling, and those defensive linemen continue to fall a bit. So, yeah, Baltimore traded down again with Miami this time. So that's interesting. If you find out the details for that trade, let me know. Baltimore not used to picking this highly. Now you're trading down twice in the second round is pretty good. Yeah, maybe Miami's moving up for a running back. Who knows? It could be Henry, could be someone else. And Miami taking Tunsil last night. I think they still have a secondary need there in Miami as well. So Kansas City at 37. They take Chris Jones, defensive tackle out of Mississippi State, a guy that was a potential first-round pick. And Chris Jones, very, very talented player. Great lower body strength, a huge push for the Chiefs. I think he's a great fit for their defense. He can play one of those big defensive end spots. You can have him kind of set the edge really well. Very good against the run. And he has a little bit of pass rush ability too. I think there's something you can work with there. So a very tenacious player. Someone, if they would have taken in the first round, I wouldn't have faulted them. You move down into round 2, you still get your defensive lineman that you wanted. So we'll have to see what Viday's reaction is to that pick. But I like it. I think Chris Jones is pretty talented. right. Tweet out again. I mean, I think everyone wants Miles Jack, but only one team's gonna get it. And Jemima, I did watch his 40 at the combine, and I think that probably didn't help too much. When I still don't really understand how that happened to him, but that's another story. He probably did the right thing, just fall down. There's the hugs. Chris Jones hugs. Yeah, so he was running the 40-yard dash at the combine. His member came out of his pants, and he just fell. He just went down. Covered that up real quick. It's what you got to do. Didn't hurt him too much. So Miami moves up to 38, trades up with Baltimore.
I want to see that replay.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to show that replay. Gotta take those pictures. Then we get the trade from Miami to Baltimore, what they gave up. Ooh. I think this kind of argument with defensive linemen that it's always this effort question. You know, when you are banging into a giant offensive lineman every play, you're not going to have consistent effort. You know, if the play's not coming your way, if you don't think you can make a difference, you're not going to go at a full go. You can't. You can't physically hold up. And so I think that's why we see it with so many guys, this motor question or effort question from defensive linemen that rush the passer. If you got to work hard to get around an offensive lineman every play. And really, if you get around that guy 25 plays a game, then you are the best pass rusher in the world. So that's really what you have to do. And so that's why sometimes the motor stuff I'm not as concerned with. I'd rather give me the athlete, give me someone with that potential, and let them work for half the game really well. They can work out. Yeah, definitely going to be a couple intriguing picks here. Miami, they have that running back need. They still have a secondary need. So Baltimore now has picked up an extra fourth, an extra fifth in this draft. Thank you, Zon, for putting that out there. Good for them. Pick up a couple extra players. Jack, why are teams not drafting Ragland? Yeah, I don't think teams think he's a 3-down player that he can cover on third down. That's gonna hurt you. That is gonna hurt you. Draft hobbyist. Do you think Joshua Perry is a round 2 player? Linebacker from Ohio State. I think round 3. I have him as a potential round 2 player, but I think he's going to go in the 3rd to 4th rounder myself. So I don't think he's quite as dynamic as maybe some of the linebackers left. But I actually liked him even more than like Leonard Floyd. I thought Perry might be a better better pass rusher. I have Perry as my 40th ranked player on my big board, but once again, that's before it's ahead of guys like Kyle Fackrell and Camelia Correa. So guys that I think will go above him. Yeah, that's true. Draft hobbyist. We heard the rumor of the enlarged heart valve for Reggie Ragland. Um, could be an issue. I'm not sure. So Miami Dolphins pick is in, and they've taken Xavier Howard, cornerback out of Baylor. So corner for Miami. I think that was a big need, and I really like Xavier Howard. To me, I think he is another very high upside player, very athletic, and someone that moves pretty well for for that athleticism. So I think when you kind of combine what you get, a guy that runs in the 4.5s, who's over 200 pounds, a cornerback, then you can see some success with that. He's physical as well. So we saw in Baylor them actually press a lot more than I usually see from college teams, and he was good with that. Plus, you give him that athletic ability. So when you have someone that can get up to the line, that can press a receiver and still turn and run with them, that's kind of rare. And people threw at him, and they paid for it. I mean, he got picks. He's pretty good. He might not have that kind of deep speed. I think if you put him on, say, a Will Fuller one-on-one, if Fuller gets past him, Howard's not going to catch up to him. And I think he sometimes can get caught up mentally a little bit. He definitely has bit on fakes, on double moves, on things like that. But he is a tough player, and I think he's well worth this pick and a potential starting corner. So the Buccaneers are on the clock with pick 39, and they took a corner. They took Vernon Hargreaves yesterday. So we'll see if they kind of go to the defensive well again. I mean, I think offensively they're not in a bad place. Maybe offensive line. I don't know if there's anyone great there. They could use defensive line help. Maybe one of the Alabama defensive linemen. Maybe a pass rusher. Yeah, I mean, maybe Tampa could use a receiver down. I think probably later in the draft they might take one. Yeah, I mean, for Jay Ajayi, maybe he's going to be the guy this year, second year player. So we shall see. Yeah, you got the Giants, you got Chicago. Could the Giants take a receiver coming up? This should be fun. I mean, if Tampa can come out of this draft with, with Vernon Hargreaves with an upside corner, if they can come out of this draft with another pass rusher, I think, I think you could have a really successful defense there in Tampa. I thought they actually played pretty well in some games last year. I actually really like Tampa Bay's kind of projection going forward a little bit more. So let's see what the pick is. Fishbowl's back. Oh yeah. also Noah Spence goes to the Bucks, defensive end out of Eastern Kentucky, and a player that, as I mentioned before, kicked out of Ohio State for drug issues, went to Eastern Kentucky, had a really good year, and is a player with a lot of talent. But it's going to be about that off the field side. If you feel confident that he's going to keep his head on straight, this is a tremendous pick. The combine, not quite as athletic as I thought he would be, and that was kind of a concern for me because you watch him play and you see that athleticism emerge. I don't know why the combine, why it wasn't as good, what happened, but on film, you absolutely see what Noah Spence can do. Very good at moving in a box. He has a real nice gets a real nice push. You know, he doesn't really have much of a pass rushing repertoire. That's kind of the one thing I think he needs to develop. He needs to be taught how to do a spin move, how to really swim. You know, he just kind of uses his feet. So that's kind of my issue with Noah Spence. Now Eastern Kentucky stood him up a lot. They played with some 2-down linemen, so that's a possibility for Tampa. You could stand him up, have him rush. I think it's a pretty good pick. I mean, I think he has first-round talent. It's just going to be, what do you do? And I think in Tampa's system, if you're playing a 4-3, Misfit asks, can he play down? I think you put his hand down. I think you let him kind of man up and utilize his feet and his strength to beat those offensive tackles. So... So, Buffalo's moved up to Chicago's pick just after the Giants pick. Neil posting in the chat here. Chicago traded down 8 spots, picked up a later round pick 117 and a 2017 fourth rounder. So, that's going to be interesting. Hey, well, I mean, we'll see. Maybe the Buccaneers do play him at outside linebacker, and you can let him pass from a weak side. So that's a possibility too. I'm not going to doubt that. Who knows? Man, they've really misplaced these commercials pretty poorly on ESPN. The Giants pick is in, and it is... We'll never know. Sterling Shepard, wide receiver from Oklahoma. There he goes to the New York Giants. And that's a really intriguing pick because you have Odell Beckham Jr., one of the best young wide receivers in the league. And now you get a really dynamic player who was extremely productive at Oklahoma. I talked about him earlier on the stream. I think that Sterling Shepard could be very good for the Giants, who you have Eli Manning, you have a pretty good offense, and he's a player that runs great routes, does kind of that technique stuff good, decent quickness. He's just not very physical. So if you can create separation, you're going to have to give Odell Beckham that coverage, and I think Sterling Shepard is very, very good. I know there's a lot of people liked him a lot. I'm a fan. I don't think he is maybe ever going to be dominating, never be like a number one, but to have him on this offense, I think is a great fit ultimately. So I'm good. Oh, Thin Mint. Frozen Thin Mint. Mm-hmm. Nice. It's good. It's good stuff. Look, I mean, Odell Beckham would be one of the best young receivers ever. Alex, you wouldn't be wrong to say that, but we'll see how his career keeps going. So Buffalo moving up to this pick to number 41. We'll see. They gave up two picks for this, so they could take a receiver. They could take Reggie Ragland, someone that I think they may have targeted in round 1. Do they like a quarterback? Who knows? Thanks, Draft Hobbyist, for the tweet. Appreciate it.
I'm taking the heater.
Yeah, I mean, in Shemai, I'm kind of with you. I like his Shepard's value in PPR as well, because I think you have a team that's going to continue to pass a lot. Ultimately, in the Giants, they don't really have much of a running game, so you have to think they're going to be slinging that ball all around. All right, here comes the Buffalo Bills pick, 41, moving up. Had the Bruce Smith. Reggie Ragland goes to the Bills, so after taking Shaq Lawson in the first, a player that a lot of people had pegged to them in the second round, Buffalo Bills get Reggie Ragland, the inside linebacker from Alabama. Just an excellent downhill player, and I really like him. I think he has a very firm role in the NFL where he cleans up everything in front of him. A very good tackler, good at playing downhill, and he's good at getting through traffic. That's one of the things that I think you'd never expect sometimes from these two down inside linebackers is when he gets blocked, he can get off blocks really well. When he gets a guy, it's rare that they break a tackle. So I really like that. Yeah, he's not great in coverage. He takes a while to change direction, especially when he doesn't know where plays are going. But mentally, he's all there. A natural leader, and I think putting him on that Rex Ryan defense with Shaq Lawson, you have a ton of potential in Buffalo for that defense. You know, if you're the Bills, I think your offense was okay last year. But if you want to beat the Patriots, then you better bring the D, and this is going to be the way to do it. So, I think half the league's quarterbacks were Pro Bowlers last year. I mean, Tyrod Taylor is good, but they haven't signed him to a long-term deal, so who knows? So Baltimore up on the clock. They traded down twice. And I think for them, their needs are still out there. They took Ronnie Stanley in the first round yesterday. Here's another team that could use a wide receiver or use a defensive lineman or use a corner. I think is a big need for Baltimore as well. So such a number of different ways. Heck, maybe we get Derrick Henry here for Baltimore, right? I think they could use a running back. Depending how you feel about Buck Allen. Sorry, Rob. I wasn't sure. I've definitely talked to some Bills fans that think Tyrod Taylor's the next thing. So, all right, I'm gonna grab a drink here real quick. I'm gonna go with the Jared Free special, the Virgil's Black Cherry Cream Soda. Snap will be back, don't you worry. That's really good. Is Vidai still here? Woodrow's here. He's chilling. I can give you a little. There he is. Say hi, Woodrow. All right. Woodrow's feeling good. He's just sleeping. My team. I'm born, raised, living in Pittsburgh, so the Steelers are my team. Artie Burns yesterday. I was pretty happy with that. So. Thank you, Lance, for all the advice that you give. So, yeah, I mean, hey, the Ravens could take Mackenzie Alexander. That would be a really nice pick for them. I think he would fit pretty well too. All right, it's time for the first peanut butter melt away tradition. Seventh year of the stream. I always have that Snapple and Sarah's peanut butter melt aways. So. All right, let's change the channel here. So we're going to have to wait longer for this pick because we got to change channels. Down to ESPN2. Who needs the NBA playoffs? I didn't even know the NBA was in the playoffs. Hey, if Pittsburgh drafted Bruce Irvin, I would have freaked out as much. That's a peanut butter melt aways. Sarah's Candy. Sarah's Factory right here in Pittsburgh. Here comes Baltimore's pick. Jamal Lewis stepping it up. Kamalei Correa, linebacker out of Boise State. So the Ravens get a pass rushing linebacker, and Kamalei Correa is a very, very good player. You know, you just watch him at 245 pounds. He moves like a guy that's in the 220s. You know, I think that movement ability is so good. He's very nuanced in his movement, and just has kind of a nose for the ball. I think it's rare to see him really get well blocked. He always seems to make offensive linemen take bad angles on him. Running backs take bad angles on him. A high motor player. You know, he's definitely very good at moving sideline to sideline. So, I think he can get swallowed up a little bit. I don't think he has great ability to shed blocks if he does get blocked well. I think it was rare to see him get blocked well, but when he did, it was kind of taken out of the play. I don't know if he's very strong. I haven't seen him really dominate and push around guys too much. But he's fast and he can move. And so I think in round 2, you could turn this player into something really big. If he gets a little more controlled and a little more technique factor in there, I think Correa could be really good. All right, Titans up for pick 43. Nice and quick. Austin Johnson, defensive tackle out of Penn State. So there is your defensive lineman for the Tennessee Titans. And you know, remember Tennessee. Now yesterday we saw them move up and take Jack Conklin in the first round. They've already had a pick in this round. They took Kevin Dodd, another defensive lineman, and Austin Johnson. So building up this defensive line, building up the trenches, and I think if you're Tennessee, that has to be the way that you go. Let's talk about Austin Johnson a little bit from Penn State. A very, very experienced player. You know, he has such a great anchor. Rarely do you see him get pushed off the ball and moved around. Very strong at the point of attack. You know, he has a pretty good wingspan. Moves pretty well for a guy his size. You see him hustle down the line. He'll chase down running backs. He'll do what he needs to do. And I've seen him split double teams a number of times. So I really like what I see. And I think from a mental standpoint, too, he's very good at kind of reading what the running back's going to do and reacting before the running back makes his decisions. So I really like that. In terms of weaknesses for him, I wonder how much of a pass rusher he's going to be at the next level. You know, I think he has that ability, but there are definitely games where he's kind of taken out of the pass rush game. I think when he went up against players that kind of fought him tooth and nail, he had some problems. He plays a little high. You can see opposing offensive linemen get under his pads sometimes. So I think he's a good player. I think he can play the nose in a 3-4 defense or 4-3 defense, and I think he's a player that you can move around. So going to be, I think, a very good run guy. Yeah, and Kevin Dodd can play outside linebacker in a 3-4 as well. So, you know, I mentioned defensive lineman. That's where Dodd played at Clemson, but I think he's probably a player that's going to stand up. So now if you're the Titans, you have kind of a nose tackle. Maybe you could kick Johnson out to a 5-tech. Depends. You know, I can't say that I know Tennessee's system inside and out. I think Dodd could stand up if that works for them as well. So Oakland, 44 here. Saw the Raiders take safety Carl Joseph yesterday. Draft hobbyist. I don't think the Saints will take QB in the second. Maybe later, though. Willie Brown. Willie Brown might take up the rest of the night. Here's a Raiders pick 44. Jihad Ward, defensive end out of Illinois. Another really good player that I think was heavily underrated this season. You know, you didn't get to see Illinois much. He was kind of a player I didn't really even discover till later in the process when I really sat down and watched them. And you just see the strength of this guy. You know, Jihad Ward is someone that they moved all over the line at Illinois, almost 300 pounds, and he's a player that's kind of like this lump of clay. You know, not fully developed yet, but you saw him play some defensive end of how big he was, and he moves like he's much, much smaller than that. We saw him play inside and get a really nice pass rush. Long, and he is fast. I mean, he kind of has that closing speed that you dream of a guy of his size. When he gets a free rush to the quarterback, he's going to finish that play. He's going to hit that guy. When he gets a free rush to the running back, he's going to finish that play. I thought he was pretty good at reading and reacting, but you know, he just I think he has to learn the game a little bit more. I think he had some problems when he was facing more knowledgeable offensive linemen that knew how to counter some of his pass rush ability. I think he would get frustrated at times if he wasn't able to do so well. So, and you know, sometimes as a lot of these defensive linemen, motor issues, gets hot and cold. And yeah, you know, he just kind of uses that raw ability to pass rush instead of technique. So I think there's a lot you have to do with him for him to be successful. But I don't think you're going to get much more of a specimen than make sure I say it right, Jihad Ward out of Illinois. So I think it's a solid pick. I had him going maybe a round later. I had him as kind of a third rounder, but I can understand taking him this high if you like that potential. Yeah, the Raiders defense. I mean, they're taking two guys that have tons of upside, Carl Joseph and Ward, and I think it's a team in Oakland that could be really good this year. You have the quarterback, you have a stud receiver, so we'll see. Well, thanks people for coming out. 50 people I think watching the stream right now, which is awesome. So. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see like all these people at their homes with their friends around, and everyone has their phone out. They're all like recording. Definitely, just as the times go on, right? Yeah, I mean the Raiders are having a big change on their defense after last year, really changing that offense around. Now, man, they've signed some guys. So, well, you got Justin Ellis, Dan Williams is there now. I think those are two good players. So they're pretty. That defensive line could be really good. Could be really good this year. Mario Edwards they drafted last year. Kiwi Jag, who will have more wins this year, the Raiders or the Jaguars? That's a tough question, man. Both teams having a good young quarterbacks, have a stud wide receiver, have a decent run game, and have defenses that are getting better. So that's tough. I think I'm probably gonna. Oh man, that's gonna be close. I think both are fringe playoff teams. I think they're two sleepers for the playoffs this year. So get back to me in July. I'll let me think about it. Tennessee is on the clock again. They've already had 58 picks in this draft. It kind of feels like it, right? They've had two today. They had their original pick, and then we saw the one they got from the Eagles through the Rams from Austin Johnson, and then this pick also from the Rams here at 45. So you wonder if the Titans maybe go with – they got to go with a corner, right? I mean, Mackenzie Alexander's sitting there for them. You think you could take him. I think cornerback is such a big need for this team. I know we have some Titans fans in the chat room, but the Titans did pick Austin Johnson with Ashawn on the board. I think Alex. I'd be more concerned if they didn't take Andrew Billings. I would take Billings over Johnson if you're going to pick a nose. It's Friday. Lance is pumped. Yeah, I still can't believe Bishop Sankey was that bad. Man, I guess he's gonna get cut, but I can't believe it. Yeah, well, I mean, they're not gonna take Billings anymore. I don't think after taking Austin Johnson. So Antonio Andrews, if that's your savior at running back, then I think you're stuck. Yeah, I still don't know how Mike Mularkey got that job. That baffles me. Just absolutely baffling to me. So I don't know how you hire him again. All right, here we go, Tennessee. Wow, Derrick Henry does go to the Titans. They do go running back, and they take the Heisman Trophy winner from Alabama, Derrick Henry, going to Tennessee. So Marcus Mariota and Derrick Henry in a backfield together. That's going to be interesting. I mean, Derrick Henry is a divisive player. I know a lot of people that hate him. I like him. I don't love him. I can see what some of the issues are with him. Just kind of that change of direction. He needs those holes, to make things happen. But man, a guy that big and that explosive is so hard to find, and I think he's going to be so hard to bring down at the NFL level. You want smash mouth football? That's what Derrick Henry can do really well, and I think with Mariota back there, there's a lot to do. So I'm kind of surprised now that you trade for DeMarco Murray, right? And then you draft Derrick Henry. This could be very interesting of a kind of a power run game. So yeah, well there goes Bishop Sankey, there goes Antonio Andrews. We'll see what happens with DeMarco Murray. And I think from a dynasty perspective, this is going to be interesting of just how they're going to use these running backs. DeMarco Murray gets traded to Tennessee, and then they draft the Heisman Trophy winning running back. So, oh man, I don't know what to say about that. Yeah, Mariota and Derrick Henry. I mean, do you think Henry gets a shot ultimately to be kind of the starter, or is he just gonna be the backup? All right, Detroit. Detroit needs that D-line help. A'Shawn Robinson goes to Detroit. There is the defensive lineman out of Alabama, and he's a good one. I had him as a first-round pick. I really like A'Shawn Robinson. Just the long length, the big limbs, and he is so strong at the point of attack. He's a guy that just knocks around opposing offensive linemen. And so if you're Detroit, you have some needs along that defensive line, especially in the middle, and you need someone to stop the run. Ultimately, that's what they need, and that's exactly what A'Shawn Robinson does well. He could take on double teams, and he's gonna make you pay to block him. So I know he's not maybe the most explosive athlete in the world. He takes a little bit to get going, but he has a natural feel for the game. So, A'Shawn, that's a really good pick. Because I think you rarely watch a game that he had and said, not so good. That was a bad game for him. I never really saw him play a bad game. There were bad plays, but as a whole, he always more positive than negative. Always getting a push up front, and I think there's just a lot of ways that you can utilize him. And I think his defense is perfect for him. Well, that's going to be the debate for Tennessee. Does Derrick Henry get that shot over to DeMarco Murray? Did they have kind of a plan to use them? I don't know. Yeah, DeMarco Murray got traded to Tennessee, and you have to think DeMarco Murray is going to be the starter, right? So, but I think with Derrick Henry, maybe you have a player that's not going to catch the football. So you can have Murray as kind of a pass catching back. Use Derrick Henry between the tackles a little bit more. I don't know. Yeah, Devontae Booker, still good. Kenneth Dixon, a player that I like a lot. So we'll see if they end up in good situations. I I think Derrick Henry will be better than the last Henry that. Oh man, Chris Henry, that was an awful pick, and everyone knew it at the time. Saints up at 47. See what New Orleans is going to do. I like what they did in round one. Um, Taking Sheldon Rankins, I think, is a really good fit for them on the defensive line. The Saints are a team I think that need a receiver, right? You have Marcus Colston going. They're a team that could use someone. We did see Willie Snead step up last year. Potentially, could we see the Saints look at a quarterback? Or do they keep building that defense? They need an inside. They signed two inside backers, right? I keep forgetting that. James Laurinaitis got signed there. Maybe secondary help. Mackenzie Alexander be pretty good. Yeah, there is nothing worse than those awful picks that you know are awful, and then they are awful. I think Mackenzie Alexander's falling just height, man, and I think he had some injuries that he continued to deal with, but he played through them. But he's just not very tall, not very athletic, and that's always going to be a problem. I think he could fall even a little bit further, potentially. Yeah, Justin Harrell was another one. So I'm ready for the Saints pick. Dree Archer, another good call, Hank. So Green Bay moved up to Indy's pick. Let me know if anyone gets the info on what that trade was. But Green Bay moves up to 48. Hmm. Yeah, who do the Packers target? I mean, they took a defensive lineman with Kenny Clark in the first round. Um, Man, I don't know. Yeah, what Fish? That's a good question. When's the last time the Packers moved up in the draft? Um, I'm not sure if there's another linebacker, right? I mean, that's the Packers' big need. Who's left at linebacker? Maybe they take a Kyle Fackrell or someone like that. It could be into. Is there another pass rusher that's still there for them? Maybe Kentrell Brothers. Let me look at defensive ends. Maybe I'm missing someone. Maybe they could take Shalik Calhoun, Jonathan Bullard, someone like that. Extra 4th and 7th for the Colts to move down. It's not bad. Pick up a couple extra bodies. Yeah, draft hobbyist, good call. Offensive tackle, Jason Spriggs, Sean Coleman. The deuce is loose. Deuce McAllister. He won me a couple fantasy leagues sometimes. Deuce. It's no Deuce Staley, though. Wow, so the Saints do take a wide receiver, Michael Thomas, wide receiver from Ohio State. And I really like Michael Thomas. I had him rated pretty highly, and I think he could maybe take on that Marcus Colston role a little bit in this. I think this is actually a really good fit for him and someone you have to be intrigued by. 6'3", 212 pounds, a really nice possession wide receiver. And Michael Thomas, just from a height, weight, speed perspective, very good. He's very physical at the line of scrimmage. He knows how to use his hands. And I saw him get separation a lot against some good corners. Solid body control, knows how to go up and get the ball. Now, he's not someone that's going to beat you deep too often, right? So I think you got to use him in kind of the intermediate role. But in the Saints system, I mean, this is a tailor-made wide receiver for that. Really good in the end zone. He can jump up the fade routes, man. He's spectacular at that. I don't think he's the best route runner in the world. I think that he is not very sharp in his cuts. He doesn't step. He has some wasted movement and wasted steps. I did see him get kind of physically mauled a little bit by guys that were pretty big, that played press coverage with him. They'd fight it out, and I don't think Thomas would always win that. So sometimes he can have those alligator arms and doesn't always look to try too hard. Not much of a blocker. Doesn't do some of those little things great, but I think there's a lot of potential with him. I think there's a ton of potential with him in the Saints system. A great compliment to Brandon Cooks. So I really like this pick from the Saints' perspective. I think Michael Thomas is pretty awesome. So Green Bay moves up to 48. I think it knocks Snead's value down a little bit. I think you have to think that Thomas could take that role from Snead sooner rather than later. Antonio Freeman. Here's a name I haven't heard in a while. Jason Spriggs, offensive tackle out of Indiana. So they go offensive tackle, not inside linebacker. And I love this pick. I think it's worth the 4th and the 7th to move up. I thought Spriggs was a first rounder. Such an athletic player in Jason Spriggs. And when you have a guy of this size and this magnitude, 300 pounds, and he moves like kind of a zone offensive tackle, a really nice fit for Green Bay's offense. I think the fit here is spectacular because you have a player with such nimble feet, and I think that was seen at the combine. I mean, great shuttle, and he has natural strength. And so when you have like these athletic feet and this strength with the wingspan that he has, this is a player that can do things in the NFL. I think sometimes he doesn't always play up to or use his. I should say this. Sometimes I don't think he always uses his body to supplement his strength. He'll play a little bit upright. He's not kind of a natural knee bender sometimes too, but those movement skills are superior. And so I think he needs trained up, but I think the zone system is what works for him, where he can kind of use his athletic ability mentally. We'll see where he is. I think he's definitely struggled in that area. Sometimes was playing with the wrong assignments, things like that. But I really like him. I mean, I've definitely seen him finish blocks pretty well. I've seen him in that pass blocking game. Started every single year for Indiana. Never had an injury, which is always something big if you're on the Packers offensive line. You want someone that can stay healthy. So if he learns how to use his body to his advantage, then I think he's going to be really good. And that's something that can work in his own scheme. So really happy with that pick. All right, Chicago, 49. The Bears traded the pick to the Seahawks, so the Seahawks have moved up to 49 after moving down yesterday. They were the last pick of yesterday's draft, taking Germain Ifedi from Texas A&M. So we'll see who they take in the second. I think you'd like to think defensive line, right, would be here. You have Andrew Billings. You have Jaron Reed sitting there. That would make a lot of sense to me. If you're Seattle, take one of those guys. Have to go with offensive line. But, they could use a corner. Would work. Maybe Whitehair. Maybe they keep going O-line. Maybe Nick Martin. Running back's a possibility, though. Marshawn Lynch, not officially retired yet. Hey, Sua Cravens, that'd be cool. I think Sua Cravens has to go pretty soon. The linebacker safety from USC, Fishbowl, just mentioned in the chat. Thanks, guys, for being here. Always appreciate it. And if you like what you see, please shoot out a tweet, let people know. Hop on in. Tomorrow I'll have the chat room running. We're probably just gonna tweet and chat more than instead of doing the stream. But we're up to 55 people, which is awesome for day 2. Friday night. That's how I like to spend my Friday nights. Let me tell you. Appreciate the retweets. Matt. Zan. Nah, no stream tomorrow. Too much of a slog. So today, go back over Chris Jones for me. Yeah, I like the Chris Jones pick. And Chris Jones is a player with a lot of upside. You know, his motor runs hot and cold, but you don't get a player of his kind of size, explosiveness, and strength all together. And when you see him dominate, he was very, very dominant for Mississippi State. Really a low pad level guy, gets a good pass rush. I really like that. I like the pick for Kansas City. I think he's an ideal kind of defensive end in a 3-4 that can make things happen, set the edge, but he has potential to rush for more. So it's go time. Welcome, man. Round two's going well. We're having fun. The Bears just traded, and thank yous on for that. 49. So move down 7 picks and give up a 4th rounder. So the Bears get a 4th round pick. Should get Mino Brown in here, Lance. Bring him in. Sean Alexander. No, can't have a wedding the weekend of the draft. Say that. See, he only got to announce the 2nd round pick when the kid yesterday got to announce the 1st round pick. So that's all I'm saying. Jarran Reed, defensive tackle out of Alabama, gets drafted to the Seattle Seahawks. Man, that's an awesome pick for Seattle. I really like Jarran Reed. Another very solid player. You rarely saw a bad game from him, and so versatile. You know, inside outside. This is a player who makes opposing offensive linemen work really hard, and he is I think someone that really gets the game of football. I think from a mental standpoint, that's what I like about him. I think it's worth moving up. You know, he was a JUCO kid going to Alabama, and he was, I think, one of the biggest difference makers of this defense this year. This Alabama defense was so good, where you know he shed double teams often. When he makes mistakes, he seems to know how to kind of pick it up and still make a positive play out of it. Always around the football, always making a play, always had an arm in there. So it's pretty good. Yeah, I thought that Jarran Reed should have been gone in the 1st round when you get a versatile lineman. And Alabama played him outside. They played him inside. They'd move him around. And I didn't see many running backs break tackles when he got a hold of him either. And that's always a plus for me. So the Falcons are up at 50. They've traded down. The Texans have moved up again for the second time in this draft. And Titan Hope, if you had bone cancer, St. Jude, then we got to get you on here. You got to make a draft pick next year. Get it done. So who could the Texans be moving up for? They already took a receiver. What are their positions of need after signing Brock Osweiler? We'll see. Yeah, I don't think Reed is as dynamic a pass rusher as Brockers was, but yeah, Abe, I don't know if you're going to take Hackenberg after paying Osweiler that money, but that'd be funny if they did. Yeah, interior lineman, maybe Cody Whitehair, Nick Martin. So Neil, Houston moves up 2 picks, gives up number 195. Not too bad. Houston, they got Lamar Miller, so I don't know if they'll take a running back, but hey, Titans got DeMarco Murray. They still did. Kenzie Alexander, Andrew Billings, cricket. That's a good call. Maybe we see these defensive linemen, this run start happening. Thanks everyone for coming out and Shane Hallam, drafttv.com. Also, collegefootball.about.com. Right in over there, you can check out my 7-round mock value board. Is a great tool to have if you want to see who's still available. Cross off the names, see where the value is. It's a pretty good tool to have for the draft. I love it. Tomorrow we'll have the chat going. I'll probably be tweeting more than. Safety, maybe Sua Cravens goes here. That'd be an interesting fit. TJ Green. Look, man, I think Andrew Billings has to go pretty soon. I think he's a difference maker. Maybe DeMarco Murray should just retire Aunt Jemima after what's happening to him. Matthews gets signed. Derrick Henry gets drafted. Who do the Colts look for? Pick 57. Maybe the Colts take a running back there. That's definitely a need for them. Yeah, man, if Dixon went to the Colts, he could be a 1-2 pick. Jalston Fowler. Billings is my top defensive tackle in this draft. I know he's maybe not the pass rusher that some of the other DTs are, but I think he is a dynamic player that I think you can get some pass rush ability out of, even at a nose tackle position. I think he was that good. Maybe I kind of misinterpreted him. I don't know, but we'll find out. I had him as a top 10 player in this draft to me. Houston Texans. I like the Houston Texans since the expansion draft, man. I was all over that. Yep, Titans could have had 3 of my top 10 players. They did pass on all of them. Which is fine. Hey, I'll take it. Amobi Okoye. That one didn't work out so well. Didn't Amobi Okoye get drafted when he was like 15? I actually think some year they should just have draft busts announce the picks. All right, here's 50th pick for the Texans. Nick Martin. There you go. So they do go interior offensive line. Nick Martin, the offensive lineman out of Notre Dame, can play center, can play guard. I wasn't as big a fan of him as maybe where he got drafted here in the top 50. But I think he's a solid all around player. And when you look at Nick Martin and some of the bigger games, I think he played better. And he's a smart football player, someone that gets from that snap to his block very quickly, and he kind of lunges a little bit. That's what I don't like, is he doesn't seem to have maybe the technique that I would look for in in an elite center prospect. Now he's strong. He has a strong lower body, strong upper body. I've definitely seen him pancake guys much bigger than him, and take them to the ground. So that's a positive. I like the versatility. He can play guard. He can play center. So solid anchor. Doesn't get moved around a lot, but he'll kind of lunge, and he plays pretty stiff. He's just not very athletic to me, and not as athletic as I'd want an interior lineman in the top 50 to be. So I think you have to have kind of the right system. Not expect too much out of him. I think he's going to do good in that kind of that run blocking game. So I'm not as high on Nick Martin as maybe a lot of people. So this Texans draft, not my favorite so far. Yeah, I think Ryan Kelly was absolutely by far the best center in this draft. So I mean, I'm sure people want to make comparisons to Zach Martin, to his brother, but he is not as athletic as Zach Martin was. It might be a Pouncey situation where his stock went up because of his brother, but hey, that worked out pretty well for Miami, I guess. Jets pick at 51. Chad Pennington gonna make the pick here. Maybe we see a QB. He memorized it too. Christian Hackenberg going to the Jets. There he is. Hackenberg gets picked to the Jets. And Hackenberg was my next quarterback up, number 4 in my rankings. And Jets fan does not like. Jets fans would have booed any pick. I like this pick. I think Christian Hackenberg can be a really good player. We know how bad he's played the last 2 years, and honestly, I think he can go back to that freshman form a little bit. When you watch Christian Hackenberg, especially this past year, you see a player that just never looked comfortable in his reads. He'd force the ball into places the ball shouldn't go. He wasn't making that second and third read. And then you also just saw some baffling plays by him. I mean, he would throw wide receiver screens, and the wide receiver wouldn't even be close to him. It'd be in front of him, be behind him. It wouldn't even be close. You're throwing the easiest pass. So to me, those little things, that's not a coaching issue. And I don't know what the fix is. Now, from a tools perspective, you have a player that's big, has big hands, that can run, that can move in the pocket pretty well. So that's positive. You have any comments on Hackenberg? He can move around pretty well, and I do like his zip on his footballs. He gets that ball to the receivers very, very quickly. And to me, that's one of the biggest things that you can't really improve much upon. So he has these physical tools. And ultimately, I think with the right coaching, he can be very good. That's what it's going to take. It's going to take, can we fix those inaccuracies? Can we fix the reading issues going into another system? And I think this is a good system for him. Now you have receivers that you can rely upon, and you know, Brandon Marshall had such a good year. Eric Decker, so good. So I really like this pick. I think it's about where Hackenberg should go. I think Christian Hackenberg, the Alex asks, why do I have him better than Cook? I think Christian Hackenberg has much more upside. I think Christian Hackenberg is a player with much more physical talents than Connor Cook had. And yeah, Connor Cook had more consistent success, but if I'm looking for a franchise quarterback, I don't think Connor Cook's going to be that guy. I think Connor Cook's upside is like a Chad Pennington upside. You know, that's the best you're going to get. I don't think that is what you're going to get. With Hackenberg, I think you have a legitimate NFL franchise quarterback upside. So that's my thinking, and that's why I think you take him here. I think you got to take that shot, all things considered. So yeah, they did take Bryce Petty pretty late last year. I don't think they're locked into him. So now you have Petty, Geno Smith, and Hackenberg. So well, I think Dimitri liked the pick. He was all over the place here. And I think they might bring Ryan Fitzpatrick back still, and could potentially cut Geno Smith. I think we'll see. I mean, look. I think Christian Hackenberg needs work. He could easily fizzle out, but I think it's worth a shot. Yeah, you got to get that technique down pat, for Hackenberg, though. It's going to be about the footwork, about the ball placement, about the accuracy. But let's see what happens. Yep, I think you probably want to sit him and let him work. But you know as well as I do, if the Jets quarterback doesn't play well, you're going to be calling for him. Calling for Geno Smith. I think they'll be calling for him as well. This is my life here. You good? Thank you. Thank you. There we go. There's a cat. Say hi. He's fine. I'm pretty good. So, look, I think it's a fair pick. I definitely want to take him in the first round. I think second round's fine. I think Connor Cook gets drafted pretty soon. Maybe top of the third round. Cleveland, Dallas. I think one of those two teams take him. So Atlanta. Atlanta at 52. See, Biplab, this is how it feels when you make the playoffs. Always an eternity to your picks. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably draft hobby. That's probably what's going to happen, right? You bring back Ryan Fitzpatrick, you cut Geno Smith, you have Hackenberg and Bryce Petty back him up. So we'll see for Atlanta what they end up deciding to do. I lost my draft tracker, I think. There it is. The Falcons, in the first round, they took Keanu Neal, safety out of Florida, who nice in the box safety. Falcons, I think they need tight end help. They have for a while since Tony Gonzalez retired. Offensive line help. Maybe even adding some pass rush, someone up front. I think it's pretty open here for Atlanta. Jacob Tammy blows. Let's be honest, cricket. Jacob Tammy stinks. So just because they don't have receivers doesn't mean they don't need a tight end. In fact, let's use a linebacker too. Um, I think there's still some interesting linebackers left on the board. That wouldn't surprise me too much. Kyle Fackrell, Tyler Matakevich. Could be interesting. Let me see inside backers. I don't think there's too many inside backers left. Though, we could see someone get popped up. Kentrell Brothers, someone like that. Maybe go a little bit higher. Christian Hackenberg. All right, here we go. Atlanta. Patrick Kearney. Deion Jones, linebacker out of LSU. Very solid pick. I like Deion Jones. I think we just put up a couple days ago a scouting report up on about.com for Deion Jones, and I think he's a player that fits in nicely. They really need that outside linebacker, and Deion Jones is your classic kind of will player, who when you look at how he moves sideline to sideline, he's a player that's very, very good, and kind of has this natural nose for the ball. You see him kind of move and react to receivers out of the backfield or running backs, and he does well. Running that 4.59 at 222 pounds, very solid, 40 time as well. But he is just so good at kind of understanding what the opposing offense is going to do. The guys with the ball in his hands, he seems to step stride for stride with them, move with them. Very quick twitch ability. So fast, accelerates. Played a lot of special teams at LSU. So he's a really, really good player. Now, he wasn't a starter till his senior year, and then had such a great year this year. So he's small. He doesn't have a ton of tape on him, but everything that I saw was pretty darn good. So he can get eaten up by blockers. When you're that small, that's going to happen. That's why you play him on the weak side, and you let him be able to do it. He can cover pretty well too. So I think this is a really nice pick, because I think he's a player that can stay on the field for 3 downs, that can cover on 3rd down, that can rush the passer a little bit, and kind of do everything. I think in a 4-3 classic weak side inside backer for a 3-4, I really like that pick by the Falcons. Redskins pick here. They took a receiver in the 1st round. Doxson. There's Sua Cravens, the USC linebacker / safety. Sua Cravens gets drafted by the Washington Redskins. And I kind of like this pick. You know, he's a player, you got to find your place for him, right? Are you going to play him at linebacker? Are you going to play him at safety? But he plays so intelligently on the field. I think you rarely see him make a mental mistake. And but he still plays instinctually. He's not like overthinking things, and that's what you have. So he's someone that we've seen play safety. I've watched some tape of him playing safety. I really like that. Moved to linebacker last year, and I thought he did well. I thought he was pretty good. And just the way that he uses his hands, arms, and body. You know, he finds different ways to rush the passer or to shed blocks. He can stack and shed pretty decently for a player that played in the secondary for a while. So I think he's someone that can do a little bit better, but he's so good in coverage and just size-wise. Put him back at safety. Let him be this coverage player that can come up, tackle, that can get through traffic really well. So personally, I'd play him at the safety position. You have to let me know in the chat if you hear what Washington plans to do. I know that sometimes comes up. But he's super intriguing to me. I think there's just a ton of upside there, and he's just a natural gifted athlete. So Minnesota is up 54. Yeah, after getting Laquan Treadwell, you'd have to think this pick will be on defense. Maybe that they could take a safety. There's still some good safeties on the board. I think there's still a couple guys that could be good safeties out there. Where we still have Von Bell from Ohio State, TJ Green from Clemson, two guys that I really like still. Yeah, Mackenzie Alexander's still out there. I thought he played really well. Yeah, hey, Braxton Miller could go pretty soon. He's kind of a wild card pick. Maybe Cincinnati. They still need a receiver. So, I think the Bengals are going to kind of have their choice here. Yeah, if Minnesota doubled up a receiver, man, that's saying, hey, we're moving away from that run game. Put that ball in Teddy's hands, let him go. Yeah, I mean, offensive tackle seems to have thinned out a little bit. I guess Sean Coleman from Auburn still there has some upside, but he's not the best player on the field yet. Yeah, man, I think Spriggs could even add some more weight, but that's why you get that. Black, I'm with you, man. William Jackson, I think for the Bengals was a great pick. I think William Jackson's going to be really good, better athlete than Cincinnati's ever drafted at corner. Leon Holland, Jonathan Joseph, and those guys were not this athletic. So. Always a chance Minnesota takes a guard here. I think they could use some interior help. Whitehair wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, I think Tyler Boyd still has another round or two to wait, ultimately. Yeah, Kirkpatrick was pretty athletic, at least. That's true. I still think Jackson was more athletic than him. Yeah, Colts coming up in a few picks. I mean, I'm still thinking maybe running back. Maybe the Colts take Kenneth Dixon. could be a strong possibility. Indianapolis is coming up soon. I thought the Ryan Kelly pick was really good, so that they could use a pass rusher. Yeah, I'm not as sold as on Jordan Howard either, Lance, but we'll see when he gets picked. We'll talk about it. Oh, wow. Mackenzie Alexander, corner from Clemson, goes to Minnesota. Another great pick by Rick Spielman and the Minnesota crew there. Getting Treadwell and Alexander as a playoff team, I think is absolutely spectacular. Mackenzie Alexander was such a good player. He's my third-ranked corner in this draft behind Jalen Ramsey and William Jackson. And he's not the biggest guy. He's not all that tall. But it was so rare for me to see a receiver get really good separation on him. And to me, that's the number one thing in the NFL, right? If you can stick with receivers, then you're going to win most of the time. And yeah, he's only 5'10". I think that's a big weakness. So you're always scared of can he play against those big 6'3", 6'4" guys. And I think he plays physically. I think he plays pretty physical sometimes for a guy of his size. You go back and watch him against Sterling Shepard when Clemson played Oklahoma, and you'll see Mackenzie Alexander just dominate him. He doesn't let Shepard do a thing. He's on him. He's knocking balls down. He's making passes tough. Such a good natural at reading the quarterback, reading the receiver, reading the routes. I really saw him mentally get beat, get double moves, kind of take him out. Now look, he's not going to make big plays, but I think Mackenzie Alexander is a great pick. So I'm digging this one. I think it could be a potential steal. You could get another starter here after taking Trey Waynes last year. The Bengals pick at 55, and they take Tyler Boyd, the wide receiver out of Pitt, gets drafted. So Lance, you are right. Tyler Boyd going to go soon, and Cincinnati takes the Pitt wide receiver. Tyler Boyd, short, slow, but man, is he quick, and does he have kind of a natural feel for the game. I got to watch a lot of him here in Pittsburgh, a couple times up close and live. And he is a phenomenal natural football player. So great hands. I think he's a guy that can adjust to poorly thrown balls really well and makes those plays. Good body control, solid leaping ability, a very good punt returner as well. So I think there's some special teams value as needed. And I think he has a natural feel for finding holes in the zone of how to beat opposing corners. So he's not going to be a deep threat. He's not going to go out there and beat you long. He's not necessarily going to go up and make the big play against big physical corners. I think he can get jammed pretty hard. When guys would get physical with him, he'd get frustrated with that. Has some injury issues, but runs good routes and ran a lot of different routes for Pitt. So I like him. I think he should be the number 2 there for Cincinnati and a really good fit. Yeah, he's kind of similar to Mohamed Sanu. I think he's probably a little bit better of a prospect than Sanu was, but look, Alex, you can be slow and quick, right? Tyler Boyd doesn't have that long speed, but he has that quick twitch ability, and he has that, basically what a quick twitch ability is that ability for you to mentally say, I'm going to move my leg this way and to do it. So that's what he does well, and that's why he, in kind of in a box, he can make you miss. He's shifty, even if he's not going to beat you long. So I think fantasy wise, this second round is going to put a wrench in some plans of where to take these guys, right? I mean, Sterling Shepard, good situation with New York. Tyler Boyd, really good situation in Cincinnati. Question is, how does that compare to the first round guys? I think Sanu wishes he was as good as Hines Ward was, but yeah, blocking wise, sure, maybe not as a receiver. Jonathan Baldwin was the last Pitt receiver to get drafted. That one worked out really well for everyone involved. Chicago's up 56. The Chicago Bears, and we saw them take Leonard Floyd in the first round, which we knew Leonard Floyd was going to go that high. I thought it was a little bit of a reach. That's me. And now we'll see what they do here. And remember, the Bears moved down from the Seahawks. The Seahawks moved up for Jaron Reed. And so... Yeah, well, I think that is a big question. And Shemaiah, is Derrick Henry going to be the second running back drafted in Dynasty? I think it's going to depend where these next couple guys go, where Kenneth Dixon and Devontae Booker go, really. I don't think Andrew Billings has character injury concerns to the best of my knowledge. Let me check real quick. I don't know. I mean, I know Billings he just turned 20 last month, so. Dick Butkus, making it happen. Cody Whitehair, offensive guard out of Kansas State, guy that I had as the best guard in this draft, just above Joshua Garnett, who went in the first round. I really like this pick. I like the Bears, taking a guard, getting in the trenches, and the Bears have a really good offensive line already. I think it underperformed a little bit last year, but I like the talent they have. Now you get Whitehair, who is just such a really nice technical player. He's tough, man. I mean, he is strong at that point of attack. You see him pull a lot, go kind of head to head. He's fast in the short box situations, and he's been starting forever. I mean, I think he was a freshman starter for Kansas State. He may not always look the part. He's not this like big long offensive guard, but he can move and pull a little bit. I mean, they pulled him a lot at Kansas State, and I thought he did good. And he even played some left tackle down there, which not where he should be. And I thought he did decently at that. I think he's one of those kind of plug and play players who has he's played every position on the offensive line over these 4 years at Kansas State. Smooth athlete that gets in there well. So maybe, he's not going to push guys 10 yards down the field. He's one of those players that doesn't do anything phenomenal, but you rarely see him make a big mistake. He's strong enough, he's fast enough, he's athletic enough, and I think he can be a starter at the NFL level. So a good pick to get him here at 56. I mean, yeah, I guess they're going to keep Kyle Long a tackle, and you put Whitehair in a guard. Phoenix, how's it going, man? Indianapolis Colts on the clock here at 57. And the Colts went with Ryan Kelly in the first round center. I think they could use some pass rush. I think they could use a running back. Better interior lineman prospect, Kelly or Whitehair. I think Ryan Kelly is the better prospect as a whole. Yeah, Phoenix, just keep chanting Chandler Jones' name. And the Indianapolis Colts like TJ Green, safety out of Clemson, maybe even snipe the Steelers on that one. So TJ Green goes to the Colts, and let me tell you, I think TJ Green is an excellent player. I think he was highly underrated and a big cog in that Clemson secondary and secondary defense. He very fast, 210 pounds, ran in the 4.3s, big time athlete, and I think he used to play receiver for Clemson and made that move to safety. Very rangy, he kind of changes direction very fast, gets up to that full speed very quickly. We saw him even be put one-on-one with some of the better receivers, tall, big. He's done kick returning things, special teams, all of that. He's one of those safeties that tries to kind of take your head off instead of tackle you. So his tackling technique very poor. I saw a ton of broken tackles from guys he was trying to tackle head on. He should have done it. And they played him. They usually played him in tandem with a corner a lot of times. So you didn't always get to see what he could do up towards the line of scrimmage or against tight ends, things like that. Didn't see too much because he played down the field a lot. But I think he's a good player, and if you can harness that speed into something, I think you can be really good. Here's Pittsburgh, 58. So I think there's a ton of possibilities for them. Shalik Calhoun, pass rusher from Michigan State. Maybe they go with Andrew Billings, ultimately. Von Bell, safety out of Ohio State. I know they've looked at safeties. Bullard is pretty interesting. But you have to think Pittsburgh goes back to defense. I know they've looked at a ton of safeties this year. TJ Green was definitely on that list as a player that they liked. So that might have been a little bit disappointing for them. Yeah, Jonathan Bullard's still there. He could definitely be intriguing. I think Ezekiel Elliott was a fine pick for Dallas. That's the way you want to build your team, and you need that elite running back. Great, do it. I can't fault them for that pick. Would I have made it? Probably not. But Mike Thomas, a wide receiver from Southern Miss. I'm kind of iffy on Mike Thomas. I think he'll get picked in the late rounds. He has some good games. He has some bad games. I don't think he's going to get separation at the NFL level. I think he's more of a depth player that maybe could have a good season or two, but I don't think he's an NFL starter. I don't think he's going to be good enough for that. Top Hat Tim in the house. Worst pick of the draft so far. It's a good question. I don't know if any. I don't think there's anything that I was like, oh, that's horrible. Probably Will Fuller, I guess, to Houston. I have not liked Houston's draft so far at all. So it probably means it'll be good. You know, that's usually how it goes. But yeah, that's probably the one. So Steelers pick here at 58, and they select. We'll see. Steelers. We're waiting. Still waiting. Sean Davis, safety from Maryland. So the Steelers go back to the secondary well again, and this time they go with a corner safety kind of tweener in Sean Davis, and he's a player that was gaining a lot of publicity going forward. Over 200 pounds, runs in the 4.4s, super explosive and strong athlete, very intelligent guy. You know, he's someone that I know from kind of a book smart perspective was very, very highly thought of. Big, rocked up, strong, and he's had some games where you watch him and he's awful. I mean, I'll be honest with you. You know, he played corner this year, and there were some games where man-to-man he was really bad, and I think that's why he's going to play safety at the next level. But he's, you know, he is aggressive and he's tough. He has a nose for the ball, a willing tackler, very good at tackling, very good at playing close to the line of scrimmage, good at press coverage, forced a lot of fumbles. I don't think he's good with those corner skills. You know, he's not a good backpedaler, and trying to watch him in corner and project him to safety was tough. I had him probably much lower than he should have been for a while, just because I was watching him play corner, and he wasn't good at backpedaling, wasn't good at transitioning. You're not going to have to do that as much at the safety position. So I like that pick. I think that's solid. And Tampa Bay at 59, they do take Roberto Aguayo, kicker out of Florida State. Caddy's dream came true, and Tampa Bay takes a kicker. So there you go, Tampa. Taking that kicker. Look, Aguayo is probably the best kicker that we've seen since Sebastian Janikowski to come into this draft. Absolutely. He can rock it from 50, from 60. Didn't have as good a year this past year, but he is a really good kicker. So awesome. That is spectacular. Cool. I didn't think he would go in the top 100. I should not overestimate that the NFL anymore. Look, you watch Aguayo, especially when you watch him in earlier seasons, and you see an accurate kicker that can kick for distance too. He's a good kicker. I don't know what you want me to say. And you're gonna stay in Florida. You're gonna play in Tampa. That's a pretty good situation. So awesome way to go, Tampa Bay. I hope that helps a lot. What did they give up to trade up for that pick too? I don't know. Sebastian Janikowski's pretty good. At least he was. So they paid a fourth and a second to get a kicker. I don't think it's worth taking a kicker that high, but hey. I don't know. Look, you can change the field goal, the extra point, or kickoffs however you want to. You can do that, but it's still a kicker. He's still on the field for a handful of plays, and ultimately, I look for power. I look for accuracy, man. I look for those two things. I think you want to see from different hash marks what he can do. I didn't see a deficiency from Agoyo from any specific place on the field. Yeah, I think you look at kickoffs and see if there's any placement on that, but there's not a ton to it. Like, I feel like you watch kickers, you hear the ball come off their foot, and that you can kind of evaluate based on that. I mean, they could release him anytime they wanted to. So New England is up for pick 60. At this point, after the wondrous kicker pick, up for pick 60, and then they traded 61 to New Orleans. So that's kind of interesting. We have that trade. Yeah, Neil says they moved down 17 slots, moved down to 78, pick up the 112th pick. So, surprise, the Patriots are moving down. Aguayo. All right. Thank you. You know, I watch these guys with it muted. I don't listen to the sound, so I actually never know how to pronounce anyone's name. Like, it's kind of a dumb side of this, but I don't think that matters too much, but hey. So Saints give up 112 to move up to the Patriots pick. Get that kicker. So here's the Patriots pick. 60 will be coming up here. Cyrus Jones, corner out of Alabama, going to the New England Patriots with their pick at 60. And Cyrus Jones, very pronounced corner. You know, he played a lot of games, had a lot of success, pretty fast, but he's short. He's probably a nickel corner, 5'10", runs a 4.49, and another player that played receiver, made that move over to corner. And the thing with him, even with his size, is they pressed him a lot. You know, he's a strong dude. He would go up against bigger receivers, and he would make them change their routes, get them off their game. Good tackler, you know, kind of does everything with that. Now he doesn't have the arm length, he doesn't have the size. When he went up against some of these bigger running backs, they definitely bowled him over. So I don't know. I've never seen him be great in coverage, especially when he gets down the field, good at the line of scrimmage. But I think it's a decent pick, and I think he's someone that can fit for the Patriots at least. So the Saints are on the clock. They traded up with the Patriots. So the Chiefs now. Let's go over this. Chiefs traded out of the first round. San Francisco picked Josh Garnett. Then the Chiefs traded out of the second round, and the Buccaneers took a kicker, Aguayo. So I'd say that's a win for the Chiefs ultimately. Saints, their selection 61. They moved up with the Pats to take Von Bell. So there goes Von Bell, the safety from Ohio State, a player I thought could go in the first round. I really love this pick. I think Von Bell has a ton of potential, a very good player, very athletic player, and he really hasn't hit his upside yet. I thought he had a good year this year. I thought he improved. Still pretty young, 21 years old, but he's gonna take people out. I mean, Ohio State played him back, let him cover guys one-on-one, and he's someone with kind of a natural football feel to the game. He gets his hand in there. He disrupts. That's what Von Bell does. Maybe he's not exactly going to light it on fire, turning and running. Not the biggest athlete in the world, so I think you want to play him up against the line a little bit. I think why he fell a little bit and why he maybe didn't go as high as a lot of people, myself included, projected him is just in terms of strength, right? He's good at coverage, but not super fast and athletic, so could have some trouble with that in the NFL. He's physical, but didn't really do good in run support in college. So how, is he going to be a kind of this special player who's gonna light things up? I don't know. But he's instinctual. I think he's a good football player, and I think it's a good pick at this late in the second round. I think he can be a solid starter. Nope, Vaughn going down to the Big Easy, going down to New Orleans. Here's Carolina. 2 more picks left in this second round. Oh, Kansas City. I said, look at these trade downs for Kansas City is awesome. I mean, you trade down from first round. You trade down San Fran, who takes an offensive guard. And then you trade down the second round to the third, and you trade down with Tampa, who takes a kicker. So for the Chiefs, I take those trades all day. I'm trying, Lance. Trying to do my work. Carolina on the clock. Here's another team that could take a running back. Kenneth Dixon, I think, would be a real nice fit. The Carolina Panthers. They could take a receiver. I think we could see an offensive skill position here. Now, we saw them take a defensive tackle. And this is an area where Dave Gettleman likes to take that best player available. He likes guys that are big. So I think he's going to take the best player kind of left on his board. For me, that's another defensive tackle. I don't think they're going to go that way again with Andrew Billings. But let me see about the rest of my best available. So Andrew Billings was my 7th-ranked player. After that, I think mostly everyone else has gotten drafted here. Leonte Carroo, wide receiver out of Rutgers, next for me at 31. Darian Thompson, safety from Boise at 36. That could be a nice fit for Carolina. Joshua Perry, linebacker, Ohio State at 40. And Jonathan Bullard, defensive end out of Florida, 46. Kyle Fackrell, linebacker, Utah State. Braxton Miller's still out there. He could get picked up pretty soon, so it's going to get interesting. Kendall Fuller is still there. Good call, Phoenix. He's up for me a little bit. Maybe I may have even missed him. Nah, I had him down a little bit further. If you click on position rankings up above, you can see the positional rankings. If you go back to collegefootball.about.com, Alex, my top 100, scroll down a bit. My top 100 is down there, and you can see my top 100 with 4 rankings. If you want the positional stuff, that's up above too. Fish Equus at a middle school would be could be interesting. I don't know if that would fully be appropriate, but check it out. Panthers pick here at 62. James Bradbury, cornerback out of Samford, taken by the Carolina Panthers. Not the small schooler I expected to go next in this draft. I knew he was a possibility maybe for that top 100, but I certainly didn't think that that he would kind of hit those heights. Bradbury is a bigger cornerback, 6'1", 210 pounds, but runs a 4.5. So you have that size, you have that athleticism. He's a player that can play corner, he could play safety, but I think when you see with Norman leaving, this could be a really nice bigger cornerback. He definitely looks that part. He's physical at the line of scrimmage, and playing at Samford, he was playing against some smaller wide receivers, and he gave them hell. He definitely made them pay. And really nice at kind of reading the quarterback's eyes and then reacting to the ball, getting to the ball quickly, and making a play on it. So he made a ton of interceptions, good playmaker, and very, very good at tackling the running backs as well. I did not like him from a technique perspective. I thought he played very high cut player. His back pedal wasn't great. So, in terms of safety as well, I don't know if things in front of him he didn't seem to do too well with. So I'm a little surprised he went here. I'd have him probably a round or two later, ultimately. But it seems like a lot of people are high on his size and his ability. All right, Adam Gotsis, defensive tackle from Georgia Tech, goes to the Super Bowl champion Denver Broncos after they moved up for Paxton Lynch and got Paxton Lynch. You get kind of your big boy here, 280 pounds, and Adam Gotsis. And he's one of those players that if you can find a nice spot for him, he could be pretty good. Australian guy here in Gotsis that went to Georgia Tech. And, big wingspan, big arms, and just a strong guy. He is able to push and move offensive linemen very easily. Pretty good athlete for his size, too. He just needs a little bit more experience in terms of knowing how to react, how to read what running backs are going to do. And he was out for a lot of the year this year, had a knee injury. So you got to find the right place for him. Tough, big, athletic, more of a kind of a run stuffer type of guy for Denver, I think. And that's where you can kind of find him. So surprised to see him go maybe as early as he did. I had him much later in the draft just because he's not a pass rusher, had a knee injury, but intriguing, I guess. Yeah, this is when the picks start diverging from my board, Kiwi. It's what happens, Gotsis is a guy further down the list. I moved Bradbury up a little bit later, but that's what happens. That's what happens third round, and then third day it's all over the place. There'll be guys not even on there. That's what happens. I think I'm gonna go for another melt away here. Peanut butter melt away. Oh yeah, most people's boards it gets thrown out. All right, Titans are up. Let's see how they can make the Alex mad. Titan Hope. Gonna be mad after this one. Yeah, it's go time. I had TJ Green as the second rounder. I actually thought he could go in the first round. I know you asked earlier why Green over Von Bell. Green's much more athletic, much more upside than Von Bell. When you talk about TJ Green, a guy that runs in the 4.3s, there's a lot you can kind of do with him. So I think he had more upside, all things considered. Yeah, I mean, Tennessee, if they have to think corner, right? Kendall Fuller would be a nice pick here. All right, I'm going to grab another snap. We'll be back. All right, Titans pick. These commercials are not well timed. So Tennessee takes the hometown boy Kevin Byard, safety out of Middle Tennessee, a player that I thought could go fairly highly and is a kind of a nice pick from Middle Tennessee. This is a player in Byard who absolutely dominant in terms of tackling. He's a 4-4 player. 4-4 to 4-5s. And he plays downhill. Really good in terms of instincts. He is he's someone that rarely makes a mistake. You see him play in a deep zone. He reads coverages well. Very rarely out of position. Doesn't get kind of tricked by quarterbacks or by anyone else. And I really like his technique. I mean, I think he stays low to the ground, turns and runs real well. And and prove that you have that athleticism combined with that. Good player. Now he's big. He's 215 pounds. Maybe not quite. You would imagine he'd be good at tackling. Not the best. Not the best in terms of wrapping up or technique with that. But he was always kind of in on the play. So I really like him. And I'm surprised he went this high. I think I had him in the beginning of the third day, but not too bad. Browns pick here at 65. Carl Nassib, defensive end, Penn State. I'm used to saying Ohio State so much in this draft, but Carl Nassib, that's a pretty nice pick too. And Cleveland seems to be kind of building up the trench a little bit by by taking Nassib, another kind of Bill O'Brien guy, right? Nassib was a walk-on to Penn State, had an incredible past 2 years. Just really good burst. He's big, 277 pounds. I think you can play 5-tech, play some 3-tech. You can do a lot of different things with him. Long arms, good pass rusher. He can move very quickly. I'm trying to see what he ran at the combine. Let me 4.84. So that's pretty solid. And a smart player. He stacks and sheds pretty well, pretty good. So last year was a really good year for him. Kind of moved up in this draft process. I think I'd want to see him get a little bit stronger, especially in lower body. He can get moved around a little bit too much for me. So I think you have to find places for that. Not a quick twitch player. So I think he's fast at the point of attack, especially running down quarterbacks. But that is there's a lot of still technique work to be done with him. San Diego up at number 66. And they take Max Turk, center out of USC. So, an offensive lineman for the San Diego Chargers with Max Turk. Max Turk's a player I wasn't as high on as I think a lot of people. Kind of the expectations of a lot of people that he would go. He's someone that's played all over the offensive line at USC. I want to say he started for 3 or 4 years there, but he played center, he played guard, he played tackle, did tear his ACL, so that was a big concern. But he's a really good athlete, under 300 pounds, moves really well for his size, and so that's what you see with him, a player that can pull, a player that can stick with athletic defensive tackles. I like my centers to be to be maulers. I like him to move guys around, and that's not what Max Turk does. He really doesn't move guys around. He's kind of thin in the pants. He can get moved around. He doesn't have that anchor. So I wonder if he can get bigger, maybe, or he's going to kind of stay that way. I think that's a big problem. I don't think he's someone that moves guys up the field very well, and I would like to see him get a lot stronger in his upper body too. I think at the combine he did pretty well on the bench, so maybe that's a possibility for him. But not someone that gets to the second level and dominates or gets that second block. So, and you have the knee issues too. I'm not the hugest fan, but if you want to have more athletic presence in the middle, then there you go, San Diego. Dallas is up at 67 here. Let me. So the Chargers, Joey Bosa, Hunter Henry, and then they just took Max Turk. So that's an interesting draft. I mean, Hunter Henry is pretty interesting. I'm still got to analyze that one a little bit more. Not in the schlong department, jeez. Misfit, the Bucks took a kicker in round 2. Let's make sure we get that right. And they traded up for him, so they spent a third and a fourth to get him. So huge. He better be kicking 70, 80 yarders. So does Dallas pull the trigger on a quarterback? Maybe they take Connor Cook. Maybe they take Dak Prescott here. But I think Dallas does have a lot of needs. I thought the Jalen Smith pick was really interesting. They could still use some secondary help. Corner, such a big need for them. And I still think there's some cornerbacks left with some value. Let me look through my top 100 here and see if I have. Kendall Fuller is obviously still there. We've been talking about him a bit in the chat room. I think he's super intriguing and interesting. Will Redmond out of Mississippi State is a guy that I like, who I think from an athletic standpoint really should be a top 50 pick, but he's had some injury issues. Kavari Russell from Notre Dame. I think any of those guys would be pretty good. Yeah, maybe a wide receiver. Sure, I think after Des Bryant, they're pretty thin. Braxton Miller, Deontay Carew, could all work for me. So here's Dallas's pick at 67. They take Malik Collins, defensive tackle out of Nebraska. So the Dallas Cowboys, they go to work on the defensive line here instead of operating elsewhere. That's kind of an interesting pick. I heard some talk about Collins maybe going to the top 100. I was like, I don't know. I actually opted to put his teammate Alex Lewis in my top 100 instead. Collins, another guy that's not a big pass rusher. You're not going to get that pass rush ability. Not very fast. 311 pounds. He's on the bigger side. You're talking about a nose tackle type of player. Now, that off the snap, he is really good. Very explosive player right off the snap, and he moves around pretty well for a guy of his size. So even though he's not going to be the best, the fastest, he's explosive, short range, pretty good with that. Plays hard, all the time. Not too strong for a player of his size. I would expect him to hold up and hold that anchor. I've seen him get knocked down, pancaked way too often, and that really killed my enthusiasm for him as a player. Like, if you're a nose tackle, you shouldn't get knocked on the ground this badly. So there are times he got dominated, and that play strength, it needs a lot of help. So decent athlete, decent size. I just don't think he's strong enough to be an NFL starter myself. 49ers pick here at 68. So there's a guy I was just talking about. San Francisco takes Will Redmond, the corner out of Mississippi State. And he's a player that I really liked a lot when I watched him. I mean, you kind of watch an eye-opening athlete with good size. He's kind of prototypical size, 6 feet tall, 190 pounds. Had a torn ACL this year, so he might have to take some time, especially early in the season. So he's just such a good athlete. You see his foot movement, one of the fastest back pedals that I've seen in this draft. He can just backpedal so smoothly and so well that it almost becomes like kind of like music there as he's moving back. It's just in rhythm, very, very good. And he man covers really well. They would leave him out on an island at Mississippi State. He'd do well against very good receivers. Not afraid to get his nose dirty, tackle, and really hit guys. So he's not 6'2" or anything like that. But I think he's solid from a height weight perspective and enough to do well. Just can he get from that knee injury? And he definitely doesn't have the best tackling technique. He's, as I said, he's aggressive. He'll go downhill. He'll stick his nose in. But there are times when he went for that big hit and whiffed. I think in coverage he's really good, and I think that's a great pick for San Francisco. Jacksonville here at pick 69. And they take Yannick Ngakoue from Maryland, who is a player that can play defensive end, maybe can play some linebacker. Another player that kind of moved up with inside this process, and he's a really good athlete too. Someone that moves sideline to sideline really well, and he's rocked up. He's over 250 pounds. He only ran a 4.7 at the combine, but he just is a battler. When he gets blocked, he's gonna keep finding ways to get past guys and make you work. Very quick, even with his size, he moves sideline to sideline pretty well. Gets to that edge, so I kind of like him with that. It's just where do you find a place for him? I kind of like him as as maybe a stand up linebacker, pass rusher. Maybe you can put him if we're talking that Jacksonville system. You can kind of put him on the ground and let him be one of the smaller pass rusher type guys. So maybe behind Dante Fowler could work pretty well for him. Not a huge wingspan for him either, but I mean, I don't think Jacksonville's offense needs too much work. So why not build that D? I know someone asked before about Braxton Miller moving back to quarterback. Could he be successful? I don't think so. I don't think he's an NFL QB. Maybe in emergency situations only, but who knows? Hey, you can do a little wildcat with him maybe. Ohio State try that. They ran with him every time, so. Baltimore up at pick 70 here. Ooh. Let's do it. Let me tweet out real quick. Yeah, I mean the Ravens so far, have offensive tackle Ronnie Stanley, a pass rusher in Correa. Um, I still think they need that corner and receiver help a little bit. I know they took Perriman last year, but well, I see the other picks are coming rapid fire, man. I was on it. I'm ready. Caddy loves kickers. Just let him go. He loves it. So I'm still waiting here. All right, so the Ravens select Bronson Kafusi, defensive end out of BYU, and he's another player who I think is pretty intriguing. That the Ravens are going to go with another kind of front seven guy is not what I would expect, but he's someone 285 pounds, probably going to play on the line, play defensive end. But he has some really good motor. You know, I think that's what I liked about him was you saw him be tenacious and you saw him read the running back really well, be able to get in those gaps and hit those gaps pretty quickly. So I love that in a player, and I think that's good. I don't think he's the most natural athlete in the world. Not a great kind of bender and mover. I don't think he's super strong, and he's pretty tight. You know, so I just don't know if he's going to be a great NFL player. I think he's a lot more effort, which is awesome. I wouldn't have drafted him this high. Not a variety of pass rush moves or anything like that. Decent closing speed, so that's pretty good. But I don't know. I just don't think he's a great player. Very productive, but maybe not a great player. The Giants pick at 71, and they select waiting for that Giants pick. Darian Thompson, safety from Boise State. One of my top players left. I really like Darian Thompson. He's big, 6'2", 210 pounds. But I think he plays like he's a little bit lighter than that. Great playmaker. I'm just a natural nose for the ball. Can leap in front of receivers, make those big catches. And catches. He's caught some hard passes that you think you might not even be able to break up, and he'll extend. He'll catch them. He's willing to play run support. Kind of the one two-way safety in this draft I really feel confident in is Darian Thompson. And I had him rated pretty highly as a potential first-round pick for a while. And honestly, I think he could have went higher than this. I would have been happy with it. And I think he needs some work mentally. You know, when you look at him, he sometimes will take bad angles when trying to make tackles. He'll sometimes get caught up by the quarterbacks looking him off and that type of thing. He doesn't seem to have great awareness when guys kind of hit that seam and he has to turn and run with them. He'll turn a little bit too late. So, but these small fixes that if you can fix, I think he can be really good. So he has these great games, big plays. He has plays that he gives up a lot. But I think he's a good player. I think he's a future starter there for the New York Giants. So Chicago, the Bears. Draft hobbies. Do you think Tyler Higbee gets drafted? I think he gets drafted late. Jake, you did miss the meltaways, but for you, before the Bears pick, make it happen. Yeah, the Bears could pick a running back here. I know we're kind of waiting with bated breath on these running backs, but peanut butter meltaway. Gotta do it, man. Snapple. And hey, if any of you are watching, if I don't follow you on Twitter, just give me a tweet, man. I'll give you guys a follow back. I appreciate y'all coming out for day 2. I think we're up to over 60 people watching on day 2. Who's my most hated team excluding division rivals? It's an interesting question. Most hated team. I don't like. No. I have to think about that. Long and hard. Maybe it's the Eagles. It seems kind of weak. Maybe it's the Eagles. No. Yeah, maybe it's the Eagles. That's about it. Let's go, Scott. Welcome, man. Yeah, I know Patriots, whatever. I mean, I guess it's them for everyone, but they're fine. The Bears are here. Chicago. Oh, you know what? I have to read my 2 Snapple tips here. Real fact. Snapple, number 823. Sailors once thought wearing gold earrings improved eyesight. See, this stream's not just for football. You learn about life right here. Let's do this one. Wow, so this is a long one. Get ready. Real fact number 980. When grazing or resting, cows tend to align their bodies with the magnetic north and south poles. Just in case you were wondering, they tend to do that. So, it's knowledge. Passing it on. And the other knowledge will pass on some analysis of this Bears pick at number 72. They're going to take someone. Jonathan Bullard, defensive end out of Florida. We said this guy might go pretty soon, and there he is. A pretty darn good defensive end, defensive player, defensive lineman, 285 pounds, and just very versatile. When you saw him play at Florida, they played him at defensive end, played him at defensive tackle, and just a very, very quick first step. You know, I think when you watch him, you immediately see how quick this guy is for how big he is, and moves well down the line. I just really liked the technique that he brought to the table too. A lot of different ways to get past offensive linemen, and that speed really helps. So nose for the ball. He is a pretty good tackler. So I like what he does from a perspective of getting into the backfield, of punishing running backs. Pretty good pass rusher too. You know, he's a good pass rusher. And even when big, strong offensive linemen, he made him pay a little bit. He can be a little bit thin sometimes. You know, I think he has trouble with guys that have that good lower body strength that can kind of hold up against him when he tries to bull rush them. Very high cut. You know, he'll explode off the ball, and he'll kind of stand up straight, and so sometimes he can get under his pads. I've definitely seen multiple plays where he's overran running backs. He's kind of gotten faked out mentally, so I think that's something to clean up. But that could be a potential steal in the 3rd round for the Bears. And Miami does pick their running back. They pick Kenyon Drake, running back out of Alabama. So we've now had 2 Alabama running backs go, and to me that's a little bit early for Kenyon Drake. I don't know if he is an actual starter. So I think if you're Miami drafting this guy in the 3rd, he's kind of Kenyon Drake's more of that receiver explosive type, right? 4.45 guy, 210 pounds, very good kickoff returner, punt returner, great at catching the football out of the backfield, very fast. He moves his feet really, really well. A very, very fast and elusive player, but I just don't think he's a 3-down back. I think he's kind of a 2-down guy. He's fumbled at times. He seems to be very indecisive in trying to take that hole and where he wants to play. I think when defenders get their hands on him, he has problems. I've very rarely seen him break a tackle with kind of power. He has to kind of completely evade or elude guys, which, hey, if that works, that works. So he could be really good. He's someone you have to know how to use him. Use him out of the backfield. Use him as a receiver. Use him on the edge. I just don't think he's running up the middle anytime soon. So maybe you can use Jay Ajayi as kind of that 2-down back and Kenyon Drake on third downs. We'll use him on special teams. We'll see. I'm surprised he got picked as high as he did, though. But explosive. I mean, he could be a game changer if you're Miami. But I don't know if that's I don't know if that really is what you want. The Chiefs take Kavari Russell, cornerback out of Notre Dame, player I was talking about as a corner that could get drafted here pretty soon, and there he goes. And definitely a good kind of depth pick, a guy that could be a number 2, could be a number 3 in Russell. He's solid size, 5'11", 190 pounds, and yeah, he's one of those guys that got suspended for academics, and he lost a big chunk of his college football eligibility because of that. But man, big, athletic. He plays very fast. Just a very smooth athlete when you watch Russell. He can kind of turn and run and move with guys. Good closing speed with him, and I really like when after he transitions. When he's running with the guy, he knows what to do. And we've seen him play a lot of different coverages. I've seen him play man, seen him play zone. Pretty solid in that. I think he needs a little bit of technique work. And his back pedal isn't always the best. Sometimes he can have trouble with that transition of turning and running. He has the academic scandal. Then he broke his leg this year, so we haven't necessarily seen a ton of experience from him. It's just if he has that kind of the medical's positive, usually broken leg, I think he'll be fine. But that's an issue. We just haven't seen enough from him, so I dig it. Oakland Raiders picking at 75. Biplabas, what does that do to Ajayi? I don't think it hurts Ajayi's value too much. Could be a good time to buy him because I think he'll still be the first and second down guy. I don't think Kenyon Drake is going to be Barry Sanders here. I think he's going to be more of that third down player. Yeah, I love the Jalen Smith pick to Dallas, Scott. I think if the medical's fine, then you got a heck of a player. LaRaven Clark. I hope LaRaven Clark goes pretty soon. I dig him. That'd be fun. Ooh, yeah. So my top 100 still available. Andrew Billings, still there. Defensive tackle from Baylor. I think someone could get a steal with him. Still waiting for that one. Come down the pipeline. Leonte Carew, the wide receiver from Rutgers. I like him a lot. I think he should get picked hopefully pretty soon. Joshua Perry, linebacker from Ohio State. Kyle Fackrell, linebacker from Utah State. Braxton Miller, wide receiver, Ohio State. Shalik Calhoun, defensive end, Michigan State. Sean Coleman, offensive tackle, Auburn. Kenneth Dixon, running back, Louisiana Tech. Kentrell Brothers, linebacker, Missouri. So Raiders make their selection here at 75th overall here in the third round. And they take Shalik Calhoun, one of the players left on my top 100, gets drafted. And Shalik Calhoun, ton of experience. A player that I think is underrated. You know, I thought he was kind of overrated, maybe coming into the year, or especially 2 years ago, people were talking about him, and now I think he's a little bit underrated. 6'4", 251 pounds, very good quickness, very explosive athlete. You know, a ton of production. He started for 3 years. He's gotten sacks. He's gotten to the quarterback. You know, he's a natural bender. He plays low to the ground, and he makes you pay. You know, a very good kind of dip and turn defensive end, and that can be tough to stop even at the NFL level. Smart player. You know, the run game. He reacts to run pass very, very well, even when he's already in the backfield. So, and he plays in a tough system. Michigan State's defense not easy. So, I think people kind of get caught up in that he's not super strong and not super athletic sideline to sideline. Sometimes can play a little bit slow. So let's take this Cleveland pick, 76. The Browns select Sean Coleman, offensive tackle out of Auburn. And Sean Coleman is your upside pick if you're the Cleveland Browns. I mean, you have a guy that looks the part, that feels the part, and you feel like you could get something pretty big out of him. Now, he's an older prospect, 24 years old, but 6'5", 307 pounds, just a huge guy. He's so long, huge wingspan, and he can move with that athleticism. You know, he's a good run blocker. He'll fight you. He'll knock you on the ground. He'll keep you going. And he loves drilling people back. You can see every play. He's trying to move his defender. You know, he's trying to get them out. So he'll kind of punch and hit. And you know, he did well against some of the better pass rushers too. But you know, it's that technique stuff for Sean Brown that is hurtful. He plays with a wide stance. He's not a natural knee bender. He can get different moves, spin moves, things like that. Guys can get past him. Sometimes he gets over aggressive. He tries to push, and if a defender goes around him, so you kind of have this great, great aggressive nature and some bad plays with it. So how do you balance that? And now he had leukemia. That's why he's kind of older here, and he's going to be 25 by the time this season's over. So Carolina moves up for 77. Someone have that trade. I'm sure it's been posted already, but I haven't looked. So, Daddy Coleman asking for thoughts on the Chiefs draft so far. I think it's a pretty solid draft for the Chiefs. You're moving down, getting extra picks. Chris Jones, Kavari Russell, both good athletes with a lot of potential. So, I like it so far. The Panthers pick, here's 77 is coming in. They take Daryl Worley, cornerback out of West Virginia. So another corner for the Carolina Panthers, and they move up for Daryl Worley, a player that I like a lot. I got to watch a good bit of, and another big, corner, 6'1", 204 pounds. Not the fastest guy in the world, not the most athletic. Runs in the 4.6s, not super fluid, but very physical. Great at high pointing a football, good leaping ability, breaks up passes, and man, he can catch. He's a Daryl Worley, good at intercepting passes and making it happen. When he played against Corey Coleman, I thought he played very well against Coleman. Was able to stick with him, and Coleman's much faster than him. But he's just very kind of high cut, plays upright, like a lot of these big cornerbacks. It's can he athletically get it done? He's not always the best tackler in the world, even at his size. You'd like to see someone that's better at tackling, but he's not aggressive in going to the running back, and sometimes plays a little bit smaller in the run game. So we'll see. I think he could be a really good player, a good physical kind of press corner. Smitty, Cardale Jones, any thoughts on him? I think Cardale has a ton of upside. I think if you're a team that's looking to maybe develop a quarterback, you're an Arizona Cardinals, you're Dallas Cowboys, Cardale Jones could be a good pick. So Patriots pick here at 78, coming through. And they take Joe Thuney, guard from NC State. Thuney's a player that I'm not quite as high on, I think, as a lot of people in the NFL are. But when you get a guy that's 6'5", over 300 pounds, and moves the way that he does, you have a guy. He's played left tackle. He's played offensive guard. And look, physically, I don't think you're going to get someone who is gonna pull and play, but he's played a lot of different positions. I think from an athleticism perspective, at the combine he did pretty well. So I was a little bit surprised by that. Good run blocker at the point of attack. He holds his blocks pretty well. I think when you look at Thuney and you look at him, you see someone's kind of dumpy. You don't really feel like he has this big strength. He's not this big dominating player, and I think that kind of paints me poorly. Technique wise, he's pretty good, but short arms, small hands, a lot of experience. I just think he's kind of just another guy. I saw him more as a backup. So Eagles up 79. Scott, I love the Ragland pick from the Bills' perspective. And they could have taken him to the first. I would have loved it. So I think he'll be a nice 2-down linebacker for them. All right, Eagles pick at 79. And they select Isaiah Samalu, offensive guard, center from Oregon State. This is a player that kind of fell out of favor a little bit, I think, this past year. But when you get kind of a big quick guy, 303 pounds with a quick feet, man. He can move his feet really, really well, and a good lateral agility player. I've seen him play left tackle, we've seen him play guard, seen him play a little bit of center earlier in his career, and so he moves pretty well. I actually kind of liked him a tackle decently, but I think center is probably his best position just because he snaps the ball very quickly and has those quick feet. That's really nice. And for him, he has a nice lower body strength. He bends his knees very well, so I think it's very tough to kind of move him around. He's not maybe the nastiest guy in the world. I think he has kind of the size and this frame that's decent, but he'll kind of wait for the defender to make that contact. He won't always initiate that contact. I like to see that aggressiveness. So he's solid. He had a foot injury in 2014, so I think there's some medical concerns with him as well. But because he has that anchor and because he has those feet, I think center is a position where he can flourish in. All right, Buffalo up at pick 80 here. We're moving along. Which team do I think has had the worst draft so far? Really have not liked what Houston has done, moving up for those guys. Really haven't liked that. Top edge rushers left. Let me pull up here and find that for you, Cricket. Top edge guys still around. A lot of them got to take Charles Tapper out of Oklahoma. Has some of that upside. Ronald Blair, App State. Jason Faneka, Utah. Like those guys. Let me look at my linebackers, see if anyone jumps out to me. Maybe Jordan Jenkins from Georgia, but I think Daddy Nicholas, Virginia Tech, not too bad. Other questions, keep them going. Thoughts on the Titans draft? I like the Titans draft. I think the Titans have had a pretty solid draft. I think we've had that many picks. It's decent. Jack Conklin I thought was a good pick. Really like Kevin Dodd. Austin Johnson, maybe not the way I would have went, but I think he can play nose tackle for them. I think Derrick Henry, maybe not a huge need, but was a good pick. And Kevin Byard, I think, really fits. So I think solid, not spectacular. I'd probably give him a solid B grade or so. Yeah, Kyle Fackrell. That's the other one. Yeah, don't tip any picks. Roberto Guayu, their round 2 kicker, he better be phenomenal. Yep, don't tip them picks. Keep it going. Do. Bill's pick. Number 80 is Adolphus Washington, defensive tackle from Ohio State, a player I wasn't sure was going to get into the top 100, but a player that I'm much higher on, I think, than the general scouting community was. And Washington is such a good kind of pass rushing interior player. That's what I like about him, is you have someone that stays low to the ground and can get to the quarterback. And got to see a lot of him. Just very athletic, very agile. He's just thin. His frame isn't big, and he plays very high. So guys could get under his pads pretty often, but you got to catch him after that first step, or else he is going to be super active. I thought he was a big part of Ohio State's defense this year, because that quickness, he'll sometimes take the step to the right and then move left, and would trick some of those interior linemen really, really well. Good change of direction. decent strength. I wouldn't say he's a very strong guy, but there are definitely times where his upper body strength would have successful. It's that lower half when a big run blocker would get their hands on him, he'd get moved off of the snap. So that's that's definitely a problem. I think to some of his legal troubles, soliciting a prostitute, that and he got suspended. That could have been an issue. I'm not sure how big of a deal that is for NFL teams, but that could have been a big issue. So I thought he had a little bit of a down year this year, but I think that potential is still there for him. Smitty, I like what the Steelers are doing. I think they've addressed their needs, right? Secondary, and they've gone after it. Artie Burns, super athletic. Sean Davis, super athletic. But you got to turn these guys into something. The coaches better do well. So here's Atlanta, 81. Sorry if I'm ahead of you, Kiwi. I'm just following ESPN on TV, so... And I'm behind. The stream lag puts me behind, too. So I'll take questions during America time. Sounds like they're playing the song from Hercules. All right. Announcing that Falcons pick. Austin Hooper, tight end out of Stanford. So there's the Falcons tight end, and I would think a soon-to-be starter if Jacob Tamme gets long in the tooth. I think Hooper is super intriguing. He's a complete tight end, can block there at Stanford, and also a pretty good receiver. He has the athletic ability, can play in line. You can move him out to the slot, and he has some speed to him too. I think he ran in the 4.7s at 254 pounds. Pretty solid for a tight end. Good at boxing out, a good kind of natural catcher. He did have a lot of drops at Stanford, has some concentration issues. He's definitely doesn't get a ton of separation. He kind of plays physically, tries to box out, kind of use his size to his advantage, so that can work. But I think we saw a really successful run blocking with him, and I think he finds a way to get on the field. I think he is very good. Might take a year or two, but I think this is a really, really good situation for him to go to Atlanta, and I think they could utilize him well. Yeah, I mean, look, I had Mackenzie Alexander high. He went later. I think the Eli Apple pick was high at 10. If you're the Giants, I would try to move down a little bit, but Apple has that upside that you're not getting with Mackenzie Alexander just size wise. So yeah, definitely a good spot to have a tight end in Atlanta. I mean, Tammy did all right last year, but you're gonna have to you're gonna want someone soon to take it over. So boom, here we go, Indianapolis. Yeah, well, we need more Stanford tight ends in the NFL. We don't have enough. All right, the Colts pick at 82. Their selection is LaRaven Clark, offensive tackle out of Texas Tech. So I think smartly the Colts are addressing the offensive line. You got to protect Andrew Luck. You got to make things happen. And I really like LaRaven Clark. Very high on him. 6'5", 316 pounds. He is thick, really nice anchor, pretty strong upper body, and mentally, I think he's such a good player. Quick feet, can move pretty well, a pretty nice kick slide. He's played guard, he's played tackle, and man, that wingspan, he can just keep those smaller pass rushers at bay. Did that very, very well in college. And when you have that athletic ability, if he does make a mistake, he can do it. Stays pretty low to the ground. I really like him. I think he can be a little bit off balance. Sometimes he can kind of over pursue and have some troubles with that. I think he's good at reading defenders, but his quick twitch ability maybe isn't where it should be, and sometimes he adjusts a little bit, just a millisecond too late, and loses that. So ultimately, it's can you kind of coach him up to not be too heavy-footed, to bend a little bit better. He's not a natural bender, and I think that's something that could be problematic. So I really like him. I think he's going to be a starting offensive tackle in the NFL, right tackle, left tackle. And I think it's a great pick by the Colts. It's the Jets pick at 83. And they take Jordan Jenkins, outside linebacker from Georgia. So there's your pass rusher for the New York Jets, and it's the second Georgia linebacker to go in this draft after Leonard Floyd. And I'm not the biggest fan of Jordan Jenkins. I think he's a good football player, good football IQ. Probably fits this defense pretty well. Ultimately, long arms, good hands, and he kind of looks the part too. So very tough. He's just not. He doesn't rush the passer so well, and so I wonder how that's going to fit in. That's kind of what the Jets needed. And so I would have made a different pick here if I'm looking for a pass rusher. I think he's going to be a decent base out against runs and running backs in the flat, but not someone that's going to cover too well. He definitely had some issues against better competition. The Alabama game, he was downright horrid, and just plays stiff, plays pretty upright too. So I think you just really have to. You like the toughness, you like the physicality, you like the football IQ. I think you have to put him in position to, if you want him as a pass rusher, where he's not going to get blocked too often, or have him, have him really play the run. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with that. Maybe Rex Ryan can coach him up. Washington up at 84 here. Yeah, I mean Jenkins, he's at least played both sides of the defense there in Georgia's 3-4. So anyone left to be an upgraded inside linebacker for the Packers? Inside linebackers thinning out a little bit. I still like Kentrell Brothers from Missouri, Scooby Wright, Arizona, um, Nick Kowalski of West Virginia. Maybe might be decent, but I don't know if you're going to get a plug and play starter at this point. Nah, Fishbowl is not Scott Fishlance. Fishbowl's MLB Pro over here. When do teams start drafting players I haven't heard of? I probably heard of most of them. I definitely have not been as up on my late rounders as I should have been, but probably in the 6th to 7th round is when that'll happen. Ooh. I'll have the chat room open for sure tomorrow if people want to stop by, but yeah, and Nick Vigil's pretty interesting too. Kiwi, good testing of the combine. I don't love him on film, but I were approaching 70 people on day 2. That's awesome. I appreciate you all coming out and watching this. Still, I'm sure there are better things to watch around, but keep it going. So the Redskins take Kendall Fuller, cornerback out of Virginia Tech. Great pick for the Washington Redskins, and I think they definitely needed some secondary help, and you get a player with unlimited potential in Kendall Fuller. Fuller 5'11", 190. The torn meniscus that hurts. Having that injury really hurts him. A potential first rounder, but look, he is a confident player who was physical at the line of scrimmage, really nice feet, really gets the game. I think high IQ, can make plays on the ball, can catch, and I've seen him play press coverage, which is rare for a lot of corners. And we've seen him kind of move around the defense, play against different guys, play with different strategies against different wide receivers. I think from a mental perspective, he's awesome. Not the biggest, not the longest, not the fastest. So I think you have to take that into account with the injury. And sometimes he'll go for that big play, that big interception, and get burned. But for the most part, pretty technically sound. I think his physicality, something he could back down if you need to at the NFL level. I think he's going to be really good, and I think that's a really nice pick. From the Redskins. I think the Redskins are having a heck of a draft. Can I say that? That seems like something that that I don't usually get to say in these drafts. But Josh Doxson in the first round was pretty good. Sua Cravens, very solid. They needed help in that secondary. You get him, you get Kendall Fuller. I think you have maybe a pretty darn good fix in the secondary. So love it. Really love it. Braxton Miller goes to Houston. So the Texans taking their second receiver in this draft, Will Fuller. They get their deep speed guy. Now they take Braxton Miller, the former quarterback of Ohio State. And watching Braxton Miller this year, you really saw the potential that he could have in the NFL from a receiver perspective. He has that speed. He has that quickness. Ran a 4.5 at the combine at 200 pounds, but his quickness, his short range shuttle and 3-cone was excellent. And his pro day got even better. Player that battled back from that injury and had a really successful year transitioning to this. You see him kind of get over the top really well. He's someone that can go deep. He's someone you can use as a running back, as a quarterback even at times. And he seemed to have a natural feel for how to find holes in the zone and how to kind of beat corners. I thought his Senior Bowl was pretty good, and that's pretty solid. It's just, can he get his athletic ability to work? He didn't really run routes at Ohio State. He seemed to curl everything off and just kind of use his athletic ability. He's not going to be super physical. What's going to happen when he gets pressured at the line of scrimmage? So yeah, that's really intriguing. And if you're Houston, that's pretty intriguing too. But they are getting those weapons for Brock Osweiler. So. And Minnesota has traded this pick to the Miami Dolphins. So pick 86 going to Miami. Took Kenyon Drake, running back from Alabama before. I mean, look, it's interesting if you're Houston, you have kind of a well-rounded receiver group now, but it's super interesting. We'll see if they use it correctly. That's going to be the next kind of step. Can Bill O'Brien utilize this athletic talent? So if anyone gets that trade for this one, it'll be interesting. Yep. Minnesota traded out. What was the trade, DCM? I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, hey, look, I can't fault Houston for going that way. I really can't fault them for taking a lot of weapons. Man, if you're going to sign a quarterback like this, give him some weapons, give him some help. See you, Scott. Thanks for coming in, man. So, Miami, pick 86. They selected Leonte Carroo, wide receiver from Rutgers. Pretty interesting pick for them, for a team that I think already has some decent receivers on that squad. I really like Leonte Carew from Rutgers. Very productive 2 years ago. Solid size, 210 pounds. 6 feet tall. He's physical, and he can box guys out. Very good at tracking the ball. Very good body control. Nice. He catches the ball really well. Gets down the field and can make some plays even after the catch a little bit. When you see his route running ability, I think you see a player that can be very successful. He slows down, speeds up. He gets to change his speeds very quickly, and that can be very tough as a corner to really figure out what he's going to do. Once he catches the ball, he'll turn upfield and he'll start moving. Great blocker. He's a really good player. I think when he's gone up against some better competition, he's struggled. I think you just want to see he was suspended for an assault charge. There's some character concerns with him. He's not super fast. He's not going to beat you deep or anything like that. He can be a little bit stiff, but a 4'5" player, 211 pounds isn't bad, and I think he's a little bit underrated. So I'm interested to see how he fits in Miami. We'll see. There you go. Nick Vigil, linebacker out of Utah State, getting drafted. We talked about him a little bit before. Going to Cincinnati, who really needs that linebacker help. You have the Burfict suspension. I think Maluga is rounding down, but Vigil has really good shuttle, really good 3-cone, ran a 4.7, 240 pounds, and very productive. He got into the backfield very often, and you saw him tackle those running backs. I really felt like he wasn't really big enough or strong enough, and when he got blocked, he would have major problems. When he played against kind of weaker competition, he did really well. But I think when he faced guys that were bigger or stronger, he had some trouble. I don't think he weeds through traffic very well. I don't think he takes great angles. But he's instinctual. He's a solid football player with good athletic ability, and that's kind of what you hope for. I just don't think he plays up to that athletic ability. So he needs to get stronger, and if he can get stronger, he could be really good. That's going to be the big question for Cincinnati. Yeah, Ryan Tannehill's really out of excuses, right? Now you got Tunsil, now you got Carew. It's certainly going to make rookie drafts interesting, I'll say that. These receivers and where they ended up. We'll see what people decide to do, but lots of receivers and not a lot of running backs going at this point. Green Bay, 88. Oh, Kyle Fackrell, linebacker at Utah State. There you go, pass rusher finally for Green Bay. They actually get get their linebacker. And I think Fackrell's a really good player. He could have went around higher, and I would not have, Kyler Fackrell wouldn't have sniffed at that. Fackrell it was very good in kind of short space and a pretty good athlete for that. He's long, he's athletic, he moves, and when you see just kind of his arm extension as a pass rusher, he can keep that offensive tackle away from him. Good strength was okay. I think there were some games where I felt like, oh yeah, like this guy has some natural strength, and some games where he got overpowered. So they really played him back a lot. He played a lot in coverage at Utah State, so sometimes that was tough to evaluate him as a pass rusher, because I really liked what I saw as a pass rusher, but then he drops back, he's kind of eyeing up the run, so I wonder if there's something there. But very explosive. He explodes through his hips, and kind of takes good angles with that. So he has had an ACL injury. He's had multiple injuries. So I think that's a question mark. I think you'd like to see a little bit more in terms of pass rush moves for him, instead of just kind of dipping and using his arms to his length to get around. So, and he plays a little bit up high, but as a whole, I think this could be a potential steal in the late third round. I think he could be a future starter. Back-to-back Utah State picks. That's right. I like Fackrell more than Vigil. All right, Pittsburgh Steelers. Pick 89. Who are they going to take? You have to think defensive line here. Billings still on the board. But the Steelers are going to take Javon Hargrave, defensive tackle out of South Carolina State. Well, there's your nose tackle pick. 6'1", 310 pounds. Really good athlete. Ran the 4.93 40 time. Super strong player. And getting that small school guy, he is so thick below. Has a really nice lower body anchor. And man, he was absolutely dominant at South Carolina State. I mean, he got in the backfield constantly, sacking the quarterback, tackling running backs. He was just a man amongst boys there, and that's what you want to see from your small school players, right? They're going to absolutely dominate. Good burst, and you know what? He's a player that didn't take plays off as kind of a defensive tackle, nose tackle. There's a lot to like there. He doesn't have the big length that you look for, so that's a problem. Small hand size, and he just kind of used his power like a lot of small schoolers. He used his power. He pushed guys around, so we didn't get to see, hey, does he actually have like pass rush moves? Does he actually play low? Didn't necessarily do that. So I think there's some training that needs done with him. But I think there are a lot of teams interested. And so if you can kind of teach him the technique, he has that natural ability. Any chance the German receiver can convert to tight end? Maybe. I don't think Boehringer gets drafted. Maybe late, but we'll see. No. Daniel McCullers, definitely not cutting it as a starter for Pittsburgh. And honestly, they don't start a nose tackle at this point anyway. So I think Hargrave's nice depth, and you can bring him in those 3 D lineman sets. Seahawks are on the clock, and Seattle takes C.J. Prosise, running back out of Notre Dame. So there's a nice pick when you talk about a potential spot for a running back to go as Marshawn Lynch retires. C.J. Prosise gets drafted by the Seattle Seahawks, and I like him. I don't love him. I think when you have the size that he has, 220 pounds, and you're running the 4.4s, there's a lot that can happen for you. I just want to see his mental side of his game really develop. He needs to be able to read blocks better, but that explosion, getting that ball and shooting out of a cannon, that's what he does really well. Good between the tackles. He definitely fits what Seattle likes to do with Marshawn Lynch. Kind of bang that up there and let you do that work. Plus he has that speed. Good, solid receiver. I think he originally was a receiver, converted to running back. Fumbled a lot. He definitely needs work on that. And so that's always the scary thing. Not a very good blocker, but those things can come. So I don't think a lot of people, myself included, expected him to do all that much, but pretty good pick. And I think that's another fantasy pick that'll be very intriguing. All right, Patriots up at 91. All right, well, the Patriots take a quarterback. So after taking one in the second round a couple years ago, they get another quarterback, and it's Jacoby Brissett, the quarterback out of NC State, not Connor Cook, who's at the draft and may not get taken here in the second day. But Brissett, he's got that big arm. 231 pounds. He can move pretty well in the pocket. The former Florida QB that went to NC State and has had success. He's thick. He can break tackles pretty well, and has a lot of experience. Nice touch on the ball, something that he does well. And I like when he kind of moves around. That's when he's at his best, when he kind of gets out of the pocket and lets him play out there. Now, that being said, he took a lot of snaps from under center. I think he gets a little bit too antsy in the pocket from when the pass rush starts coming. He starts getting uncomfortable, and that's why he prefers kind of the bootleg stuff. But fairly accurate. Not a great deep thrower, and kind of short sometimes. He'll throw him into the ground a bit, and doesn't do too well to the sidelines. But if you kind of get that middle intermediate stuff, the crossing routes, the slants, really nice time with the timing routes in that way. But NC State, their offensive line, other than Thuney, who Patriots also drafted, right? So now they have an offensive guard and Brissett, both from the same school. The rest of the offensive line not very good, and so he got pressure a lot. Didn't do too well under pressure if he didn't get out of the pocket. Got sacked a lot. Not good at the deep ball. Definitely more of a timing kind of passer. So that is interesting. Interesting pick if they can develop him. Well, we shall see. The Cardinals pick at 92. And they take Brandon Williams, the cornerback out of Texas A&M, who is a player that kind of moved up late, another player that I was kind of a little bit late on and kind of hopping towards. But when you saw that combine performance, 4.37 at 197 pounds, you got the size and the speed, and that's something you really can't teach. So there are times when he used to play. He was the running back that converted to corner because of Texas A&M's kind of logjam. So you have that speed, and you can see that happen from a corner perspective. He looks like he's kind of getting it together later this season. You see the back pedal start to develop. You see him start to play a little bit lower. And actually a decent tackler for someone that made that running back conversion to corner. Likes to play physically, and I think there's a lot of potential there for him to make this transition. I think mentally he has a lot of catch-up work to do, gets faked out by wide receivers a lot, Brandon Williams, and I think he's still kind of learning how to read the quarterback's eyes and how to do that. Sometimes he's not very good in kind of transitioning if he plays too far back and has to make that move up to tackle a guy or to get that closing speed. I think that's an issue, but I think it might have been a little bit high for him. I feel like he should have been a third-day pick when all was said and done. But he's someone he can really develop into something potentially. So the Browns pick And they take a quarterback, and it's another surprise. It is Cody Kessler, the quarterback out of USC. So once again, we're passing on the Connor Cooks and the Dak Prescotts and taking Cody Kessler. I think it's a bit high for Cody Kessler for me in the third round. I don't think he's anything special. Kessler is kind of your your Matt Leinart type, right? Where he's doesn't have a big arm, pretty accurate, very good ball placement, high completion percentage, and he is actually good when things break down at finding open receivers, and very good in the pocket. But I don't know if he's going to be good enough to get the ball down the field, and has a decent amount of experience. I thought he really regressed. Short, he's not 6'2", and when you look at some of those throws to outside the hash marks, the back shoulders, the fades, there's some bad passes there. Deep routes. He's not a good deep ball passer. I don't think he's good technique wise. His windup's a little bit long, and his footwork is god awful, to be honest with you. I think it's one of the worst of the draftable quarterbacks in this draft. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done to develop him, and but he has a ton of experience. So in a pro style system, maybe the Browns like that. I don't see why you would take him over Connor Cook unless there's something personality wise. But hey, there you go. Browns taking another. Now we get the Seahawks pick from the Broncos for the Paxton Lynch deal. Seahawks, and then we get some comp picks here with Detroit, New England, Seattle, and Denver. I'll have another third round pick coming up. So let's take a look at Seattle's draft so far. Kind of intriguing. Jermaine Ifedi, offensive line help. Jaron Reed, defensive line help. And then CJ Prosise, I think, is a nice running back pick that fits them. I think Prosise is going to be an intriguing fantasy pick. Thomas Rawls, Kristen Michael, I think Prosise is a little more complete than those guys, and probably is the most talented of the Seahawks running back group at this point with Marshawn Lynch gone. So I wonder if he'll kind of get more of that early opportunity. Mpe made me laugh there. Look, I don't know if you want a cheap backup, then you don't need to spend a round 3 pick, especially if you're gonna be looking for that elite guy next year. Why not wait another round or two? Well, I think Rawls is still the starter, but I think Prosise is going to get a shot. And I think when you look at third downs, Prosise is the guy you want on the field as a receiver and with that size. So I don't think Rawls is a guarantee to be full-time running back here. Seahawks pick at 94 is in, and it's Nick Vannett tight end out of Ohio State. So maybe some worry with that Jimmy Graham injury, and you get an Ohio State tight end who I thought played pretty well, might be a little bit underrated in this draft process. Vanette ran in the 4.8s at his pro day, 6'6", 257, big body, very long, and really good, with contested passes. He'll kind of fight for those passes. He'll take shots over the middle, and pretty fluid. He gets low. He makes his cuts really well. I think he's someone that got a lot better blocking this year. They used him as mostly a blocker this year at Ohio State. So I really like him in that way. I think sometimes he can kind of slow down after the catch. He does, even when with good ball placement, he doesn't keep consistent speed. So you have him kind of slow down, and he doesn't get separation. I feel like he's kind of more comfortable when he's backing a guy down and there's someone kind of breathing down his neck, and that's not good in the NFL. So I think there's a lot of potential there. Good size, good athlete, and could be a decent fit for Seattle. So we'll see. I think Vanette could be the blocking tight end, but I think he has some athletic upside. So, Daddy Shelton, I don't think Connor Cook's falling because of declining the Senior Bowl. Doing well at the Senior Bowl could have helped him and maybe gotten him drafted already. So, that's the question there. So Lions pick here, pick 95. The comp picks are starting. The Lions select Graham Glasgow, center out of Michigan. So Detroit goes with the hometown guy. They take an Ohio State player on the offensive line, and now Glasgow, who I really liked at Michigan. I think this is a good pick in the third round. Maybe a little high than a lot of people's boards, but he has played guard. He's played center. I think he could play both. Nice, strong player, 307 pounds, and he has a really good anchor. Like, rarely did I see him get pushed back when you have these big defensive tackles playing against him in the Big Ten. He would hold his blocks really well and wasn't afraid to hit guys, kind of knock them in the mouth when they got chippy. He's good at that. So I really liked him. I thought that he has kind of that nasty side to him, and that he's such a consistent player, and you really see him make big mistakes. Not the quickest athlete. Not going to want him pulling. He doesn't have this huge wingspan. He doesn't always look the part. But honestly, I really like Graham Glasgow, and so I know there's rumors about him, drinking too much and things like that. But Harbaugh was kind of all over him and has praised him, and I think was a big part of raising him up in this process. So the Patriots pick is in. They take Vincent Valentine, defensive tackle out of Nebraska. So another Nebraska defensive tackle getting drafted. And this is a pick that I did not anticipate Vincent Valentine going this high. Kind of another nose tackle guy, 330 pounds. And he's another one with kind of that big lower body that just eats up kind of room. Tough to push back. He would get double teamed. He'd kind of hold his own, but he doesn't move. When you talk about motor, I think not that he has like an inconsistent motor. He has a poor motor. I didn't think that he worked very hard. I mean, there was often he was kind of there just to take up space, and running backs would run right around him. He'd barely try to tackle them. He's been injured. He had ankle injuries, too much weight potentially on his legs. So I don't like that pick from the Patriots. So we'll see. And the Seahawks take Reese Odiembo from Boise State, the offensive guard. And this is a player that I liked a bit, and I kind of moved up late the more that I watched. And Odiembo from Kenya came in to play Odiembo, I think is how I'm supposed to say it. But he played tackle at Boise State, but I think he'll probably play guard in the NFL. Has had some injuries over his time, but you saw the improvement, through the years. So a good player with those injury issues. He's broken an ankle. He's never really had a full season, but physically 315 pounds, very strong at the point of attack, and he's kind of a smooth athlete, has a good base, knows how to use his strength to his advantage, and you could see the improvement. Really stuck with some more athletic players as well. So I actually like his game. Maybe he's he doesn't have the longest arm length in the world, but a very solid player in general. So I think that's a good pick. A good pick from that end. And the Broncos, I think, are going to finish this up here with pick 98. They take Justin Simmons, safety out of Boston College. I like this pick a lot. I really like Justin Simmons as a player. Another very good kind of safety explosive athlete. Big, 6'2", 202 pounds. Ran in the 4.6s. Really great vertical. And he kind of played back and played the ball. Try to make those big plays back in the Boston College defense, and good center fielder, good kind of free safety type of guy that goes back and can read what happens in front of him. And that explosion is really what worked well for him. So when it would be a run play and he'd be playing back, he could change direction, and he got to the line of scrimmage. Good tackler. Actually a good wrap-up tackler. He's a special teamer. Been used on that at Boston College. He's not necessarily like rocked up, muscular, that type of thing. And when he faced some bigger backs, he had some trouble. But really the tackling technique, I think, paid off for him. And I think he's pretty good in coverage. I think he's a pretty good coverage kind of center fielder. You didn't see him much man up with guys, but he's pretty interesting, all things considered. So I like that pick. I think it's about where he should have went. So thanks guys for being here. I'll take questions if you want to, because I know I've kind of they've been flying through these picks. So let me back up here. Where do I think Cardale Jones goes? I think he'll go early tomorrow, so we'll find out. Thoughts for Denver's pick? We got Justin Simmons, so that was pretty good. I think I explained that pretty well. Yeah, Westerman's still sitting there. Andrew Billings still there. Yeah, I'm surprised Kenneth Dixon didn't go either, Biplov. I'm pretty surprised by that. Can Simmons cover tight ends? I didn't see him really man up with tight ends too much. He played that center field role, but I think he could do it. I think he has the athletic ability to do it.